Andrew Wolnez, who thinks it's okay to be predatory. Well, he's been busted being predatory repeatedly. What do we expect a woman to do when they're busted outright doing something that they shouldn't be doing? Well, we can expect a woman in the United States, statistically, to slander my name and play victim, which, well, that's Andrew Wolnez to a T. So, for those of you who didn't know, Joseph Michael Lopez killed Natalie Marie Bollinger. My predators are bad mamma jammas, but I'm worse. I'm scarier than all of them because I use my voice. I'm scarier than all of them because thumping after thumping, I always return. There's a lot of people who have tried to shut me up, and I've let them all live. Because although I believe that the First Amendment is the most important right that we have, and that the Second Amendment is meant to protect the First Amendment, I always go for the First Amendment. Most people go straight for the Second. They don't want to help the victim turn it in. They just want to talk about killing the son of a bitch. Several of the people here have started referring to him in our conversations as dipshit. Because apparently you really have to be a dipshit to go assaulting people at Safeway and then just keep going back to Safeway to try it again. I've also been told that he has been kicked out of Safeway, and I've also been told that he comes in nightly, so tough to discern. Maybe he's not welcomed by some people, but some people are friendly with him. Who knows? But he did get blocked from my channel today, which sucks because that was one place where he could have approached me as a human being and tried being reasonable instead of a drugged the fuck out asshole. It's not okay to be predatory, but it's not wrong for me to defend myself against somebody who chooses to be predatory. And there are a lot of them when people try to pretend that you're some horrible monster. See, none of these people have a lick of goddamn evidence because none of what they're saying is fucking true. But they believe it's okay to harm me by saying it. I spoke up statistically about who's most likely to be a pedophile. That would be your daddy. So for 6 children, they have to worry about Andrew Wolnez. I'm not their daddy. I'm not statistically the one most likely to touch them like that. Wolnez is. Does that make much sense? Yeah. Fathers have the most unrestricted access. So, this guy wanted to make a bunch of accusations. Ain't no victims, just accusations and violence. I've been dealing with this since October of 2016. Holy hell. Now, according to the people who were pulling this shit before, who was it that was responsible? See, we get to hear in the very first interaction with Wolnez on my channel, that Wolnez feller doing what? Making false accusations. And then, of course, his excuse is that I was writing about some kids, right? Actually, I recorded criminals committing criminal acts against me. There's a big difference. He's writing about some kids. Really? Well, that ain't illegal. Neither is recording them in the commission of a crime. Neither is recording Wolnez in the commission of a crime. Now, because of his repeated harassment and the fact that he just doesn't get the point, he's literally going as close to my vehicle as he can, frequently and often, to be antagonistic, as a ha, you can't do nothing. It's unfortunate for him because I am doing something. I'm documenting it and I'm speaking up, and a lot of people are encouraging me to do that. They also encourage me to go inside of the building when there's a safety issue with wolnez. And now it's getting to the point with the police where they may have to potentially worry about vigilantism from the local community, and many of the local community have spoken with me about that. Some of them believe that the police themselves should be lynched. Well, I'm not going to argue with them. When you're in a KKK town and racist rednecks are talking about lynching you as a cop, you know shit's fucked up. Ray Rao was busted taking drugs and money out of the evidence locker. He was the police chief here. They have an interim police chief that they're using as an excuse. Well, he can't really do anything. So there's absolutely no way, apparently, to turn in any of these crimes to him because this interim police chief isn't allowed, apparently. But then, of course, I can't get the DA to do their job until it's signed off on by the police department, and the police department isn't going to sign off on it. They're the ones in this town running around slandering my name to people like Wolnez. Wolnez fucked up real big. What's the difference between Wolnez and Farnsworth? Farnsworth changed his behaviors. Oh, poor you, your poor innocent victim, Wolnez, right? Isn't that what we're supposed to say? Poor Wolnez. He's not doing anything wrong in assaulting people or making false accusations. He wanted to claim I was a pedophile to people. He was screaming this at people. He wanted to enlist as much help as he could. Well, unfortunately for him, the moment you start being predatory like that, I start speaking up and I start recording. There is a very real and present danger with Wolnez because he's been doing this repeatedly and he has been entirely and completely unchecked. A lot of people tell me I should spray him with my bear mace. A lot of people tell him I should tase him with my taser. And one woman told me that if she sees Wolnez within 50 feet of me, she is going to shoot him and she doesn't care if she goes to prison. So there is that. Of course, I'm always nice to the lady. She's always pleasant to me. We don't necessarily see eye to eye as far as guns go because she would rather shoot you with a pistol than spray you with pepper spray, but whatever. There's actually 3 women in this town who have told me they would rather shoot somebody than spray them with pepper spray. All 3 of them saying something similar. And what that similar thing comes down to is that they want to know that that person is not going to do it again and they're not going to be able to power through it if they're on fucking drugs. Here's the thing, you turn somebody's head into a fucking canoe, their brains exit their body. No matter what fucking drugs you're on. That's it. If somebody's all fucked up on ketamine or methamphetamines or fentanyl, they may not even realize that you just sprayed them in the face. And with multiple people on my channel recorded admitting to getting their drugs from wolnez, that does make it a very scary situation for me. When you go accusing people of stuff, just as an excuse to assault them and harm them, and then you want to claim that you're some poor innocent victim when that person posts up about you. Wolnez is on my channel. Our first interaction on my channel of me finding out who the fuck he was. I was still trying to figure it out. I'd seen him before, and he is recorded on my channel at least twice before. On one of those occasions, he appears to be flirting with some children, kids, as he called them. Well, that's not going to work. All right. I got to find my tobacco pipe. Or I got to find my cigarettes. I'm not going to fucking smoke cigarettes out of a fucking aluminum pipe. That's some crackhead shit there. Plus, it's pretty fucking harsh. I get that Andrew Wolnez doesn't like that I speak up. Well, here's the thing. He shouldn't have assaulted me. He shouldn't have threatened me. He shouldn't have tried to run me out of town. Now, with the stuff that he was yelling at me, it was a pretty dead giveaway as to who it was that was telling him. That means that the police know who he is. They also know of his activities, and chances are pretty good he's made a deal. We're used to that. These cops know I'm trying to turn them in. They have no incentive to do their jobs. It's easier for them just to pretend that I'm a mentally ill druggie. And somehow that'll magically alleviate their sins. Well, it don't. It certainly don't. Fuck, I want my cigarettes. Are they here? No. There they are. All right. Now this recording here is for my safety in case of retaliation by Wolnez. Again, he doesn't like being told on. No predator does. Did Natalie Bollinger like being told on? Of course not. Did Alicia Bollinger like being told on? Of course not. Did Maddie Boa like being told on? Of course not. Did Ted Bollinger like being told on? Of course not. Did Danica Garner like being told on? Of course not. Did Rochelle Shelley Campbell like being told on? Of course not. None of these people that got told on, none of them like it. And yet, here we are. Their evidence is recorded. It's up on this channel. And be goddamned with anybody who wants to destroy evidence of abuse against an at-risk adult. Sorry, at-risk adults. There are multiple adults on my channel who have been harmed. There's also multiple law enforcement agents taking part in this that are recorded on my channel. Playing fucking dumb. You don't like the curse? Well, I say it nicely first. When you don't get the point, that's when I start screaming. It's necessary. And my political beliefs do not make me guilty of heinous crimes. And my political beliefs are not themselves crimes. And yet, I've been harmed almost non-stop since October 18th of 2016. God damn, that's screwed up. I did everything that I could to try to show evidence both before and after Natalie's death. But I have to deal with actual predators that make it impossible. And it is expensive. And no matter how expensive it gets, nobody cares. Why is Andrew on here trying to destroy evidence that I spoke up? Because he's not that bright a feller. That tends to be what drugs does to you. Can you tell the difference between Wolnez all fucked up on drugs and me? Can you tell that, yeah, I have to remain calm in the moment when Chris Stafford throws stuff through my window? Or Wolnez is assaulting me? Of course I have to. But eventually I get sick of it. Wolnez could have approached me like a human being and gotten everything he wanted. He wanted everything down. For him, he shouldn't have fucking assaulted me. But I have to deal with a lot of predators because they won't bother to find out the truth or look at evidence. They're too busy passing judgment and trying to destroy evidence. Not just of their own wrongdoing, but also the wrongdoing of others. What are the chances of wolnez attempting to be predatory tonight? They're pretty good. On the bright side, I'm following instructions. I was told to record by people at Safeway this time. I had several people here at the Safeway. Well, I had one person at the Safeway tell me thank you for recording, and several people at Safeway encouraged me to continue recording and to speak out. So I speak out. Good morning, Alexander. What are you up to? Josh? Hey. Still having a lot of issues with that wolnez feller.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he beat the hell out of the side of my car. He's assaulted me 7 times now.
That's not it.
It's not. What are you up to?
Trying to get money to get diapers for my son. I got so many cash on slips and he had to shop for his kids first. It's only $5 anyways. It's not gonna get shit.
Well, come by tomorrow. I'll give you all the cans I got. Anyway, with wolnez BS, I'm gonna go inside. I've been told when I have issues with him, just go inside and he's not allowed to mess with me.
In the store?
Yeah. People keep telling me I should spray him with the bear mace and taser him too. One lady told me if she sees him within 50 feet of me, she's gonna shoot him. So I hope that doesn't happen. I don't want anybody getting shot.
You can non-lethally shoot somebody.
No, she didn't say non-lethal. She said she put one between his eyes in specific. But she didn't say it that nicely. I was just trying to not say it as mean sounding, you know, especially right outside of the Safeway. But some people are mean. But there's also 3 people who are here who have seen evidence, and as a result of them speaking to some other peoples, there's 3 other peoples who made sure they come up and talk to me. Alright, that banana was not quite right. Someone calling them Corgi Plays typed, "Hi there." Hi there. I like corgis, but I prefer real dogs. Corgis are actually really good at herding small animals. They're also very good nurse animals, or can be. Although probably the best nursing dogs that you can get I think I'm gonna go the other direction. It looks as if Andrew Wolnez is making a drug dealer right over there. I guess it's probably not gonna zoom in, is it? Fucking piece of shit. I don't know if it's a Wolnez or not. Looks like him, about the same height, about the same build. He looks to have a beard, but it's dark over there. Like I said, they sell it at the two corners. Wolnez keeps making sure to ride his bike as close to my vehicle as possible. That might be one of the other dealers, I don't know. I'm not getting close enough to ask. And maybe John will come and talk to me again, but it seems to me that he's got a lot of pent-up anger and rage that he's trying to stuff within his religious beliefs. I do apologize if I stutter or if I don't speak properly. I do need to catch my breath quite a bit. It hurts to walk, but I make sure I do so I don't get so stiff that I can't move. Obviously, I am outside right now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go buy a banana that's a little more ripe, I think. And making sure I stay close enough to the entrance that's open that I can go in there if need be. There's an awful lot of people who really like to make false accusations. And then they wonder why it is that they end up getting treated in the same way. Like, why would you do that to somebody to begin with? Why would you take advantage of someone? Why would you victimize someone? See the difference between myself and my predator. My predator is always telling y'all not to listen to me. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Well, that's the first sign of a goddamn predator. I'm fine with you listening to these people. Absolutely fine with it. What I'm not fine with is the fact that they only show one side and it's all bullshit. And most of it's slander that is unsubstantiated. But who cares, right? If somebody got a penis and they're homeless and you can call them mentally ill, then magically any and all crimes committed against them must not have been committed because, well, you're a piece of shit in that particular case. I don't know what to say for you. I'm not about protecting women and children. I'm also not going to stop protecting myself. My family deserves not to be abused, not to be taken advantage of, not to be assaulted, not to have their lives threatened repeatedly from people in Colorado or otherwise. These people didn't just bounce across jurisdictions whenever they wanted. They did it repeatedly. Well, the bright side, even though I live in my car, one of the ladies who works here at the Safeway gave me a super puffy blanket. I'm going to wrap up in that and be snug as a bug in a rug.
Lucky you got the car.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, be grateful about, me too.
Absolutely. Now, I'd be even more grateful if I had a St. Bernard. They're so warm and cuddly.
I know.
I wouldn't even need a blanket. Yes, ma'am. You see how inexpensive humanity is? That lady was nice to me. She didn't assault me. She didn't threaten me. She didn't throw nothing at me. And you know what else? She didn't just walk by like I don't exist. Now I'm going to tell you, between stopping and calling me names, being a bully and just walking on without saying a word. I'd prefer you just walk on through without creating any problems. But if you're going to say something pleasant, if you're going to engage in a positive human activity with me, I am all for that. If you're going to go slandering my name in an attempt to get people to hurt me because you're an idiot, well, yeah, of course I'm going to have a problem with that. Of course I'm going to speak up about that. Got to do something, don't we? And we got two guys on this channel, both Wolnez's customers, both talking about getting their drugs from Wolnez, both named on, oddly enough. You know what am I going to do about it? Well, I'm going to mind my P's and fucking Q's. I'm going to make sure I stay close to an area where, although I may not be entirely safe, it's safer than in my car, and certainly safer than walking any significant distance from somebody who might at least bear witness. Now, who all do I need to worry about? Chris Stafford.
How you doing?
I'm dealing with predators.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got one guy here, he assaulted me here over at the Safeway the first time. He's assaulted me 7 times since. Broke my phone, kicked the crap out of the side of my car.
And the cops, you called the cops?
I can't. I tried calling the cops. You know what I ended up with?
What?
Charges for calling 911 too much. Yeah. Well, the cops have let me know since the day I walked into this town under no uncertain circumstances, they're not going to do their job. They'll send me to mental health, and mental health will send me back to the cops. They'll play that game for 6 months, and then they'll say, oh, you should have called 911. Well, excuse me, sir, you're assuming I did.
The cops are really bad in this fucking town, man.
They are.
Really bad.
Yeah, I've actually recorded a lot of the victims, them speaking about where those drugs went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you're fucked up.
The money that's supposed to be used to help these drug addicts and to help these homeless is all being wasted on going to therapy 30 days away. When a crime's committed against you, you need help today. You don't need help 6 months down the road, or God forbid they want to push you to the housing thing. You won't get that for 2 years, if you're lucky.
Yep.
But they'll only push that every time you go in there, and you have to stop them and say, hey, I've been in your office 6 times. You filled out the paperwork for the homeless stuff 4 times. I don't know what you're going on. And the other thing is there's all these programs for addicts, but what happens with people like me who don't do drugs? I mean, pot isn't considered a serious enough anything for them to put me in rehab for it. They literally laughed at me on the phone, the hospital in Salem. Laughed at me. But the other thing is that's also just enough to bar me from a lot of the services that are for people who are already clean and sober. Then there's helping hands, pretending that they're only, if you're completely clean and sober, you can go out there. Meanwhile, they have people who have been out there for 3 months that I am aware of coming out here on the streets and doing drugs in front of me.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, really, what?
It's who's asked, can you kiss for what program to get into is what it's really about.
Yes, and the more broke you are, the less they care. If you're a woman with children, they care a little bit more. But you have to be in housing already for them to care. Otherwise, they'll do what they can to try to take your kids.
Yeah. Or if you make up a person and say, oh yeah, my ex-boyfriend, he beats me, they'll get you into a place real quick.
See, that's the problem. If only I were gay, but I'm not gay, I'm not straight, I'm not into men or women. So I never get to go anywhere for domestic assault.
Nope.
On the bright side, the one thing that I can be positive about is that because Jared Scudder decided that he was going to help me when Tyler was being a little shithead and showing me his peach tree, I have that on my channel, and Tyler even said, I'm not going to ask you to take it down. I did it. I'll fess up to it. I did it. So, but he talks to me like a human being every time I see him, or he does the right thing, which is just to continue walking, because a lot of times I'm busy doing something. He notices that I'm busy, but he looks over and he'll wave at me like this little microwave, like, hey, I am here. I'm not ignoring you, and I'm also not showing you my backside or threatening you or anything like that this time.
I'm gonna be getting some little cameras because I have somebody that feels like they need to take my mail, and so I'm getting these really tiny cameras, and they're really cheap on Temu, and I'll give you one, and you can catch people fucking doing that shit. And you got proof.
I usually do it with my phone. I have a lot of proof. It's just a matter of somebody going in with me. Like, here's the thing with Tyler, that could have potentially turned into a really bad situation if I hadn't been checked immediately. Much like with Wolnez, he could have been checked immediately and he'd knock his stuff off. But the cops don't want to do that unless somebody else gets involved and says, hey, you know, this is bogus and this dude is being harmed and this does need to stop. So Jared, even though he knows Tyler, he didn't want to make any waves. He also didn't want me having any further problems with Tyler and Austin. Now Austin's given me problems on multiple occasions since, but
He's a little douchebag.
I definitely agree with you.
He's a big kid in a tiny kid brain body.
Yeah, he is big. He's bigger than me by a lot.
Yeah, he's big, but he's not very bright. Not at all.
Well, hopefully he's bright enough not to try assaulting me. I mean, the last time when they were doing that in the parking lot over there, I was afraid that it was going to come to assault, and I was glad that Tyler stepped off a little bit and talked his shit from a distance and then bore his backside. I was like, yep, see, at least he's giving me a fair opinion. He was just offended that I was parked in the parking lot. I literally just come out of the library. Like, man, what the hell is this about?
Yeah, this town is weird, man. It really is. I'm hopefully going to be moving soon because I can't stand it.
One lady here, her name is Miriam, and whenever I find drugs out here, she'd be the one that was working the customer service. So I give all the drugs that I found to her. And she gave me every indication that she intended on leaving this town in 2 days and never coming back, and then she left. And she's not the only one. There's a lot of witnesses to the situation that I've been in that have said, dude, I'm leaving town. I can't be here. You remember Jaden that used to work down at the Denny's? He had a ponytail. He eventually married a woman who worked at the pizza place named Norway. But he was like, you know, this town's really bad. And this is probably going to sound counterintuitive, but I'm moving to Portland. We can't get the medical anything that we can here, and it's just too dangerous here. I'm like, you're saying it's too dangerous in Tillamook compared to Portland?
Yeah.
And then I look statistically at the size of this town, and I look at the number of deaths, the number of missing people, and yeah, per capita, we've got like 3 times the amount of crime as Portland.
And here,
it's all unsolved.
Yeah, and what people do, it's like people will just make up shit about you and start telling it to other people like it's fucking truth. Like, it's unreal. Like,
the two that are doing that, Wolnez is doing that real heavy right now. Like, I've got a whole bunch of that recorded on my YouTube channel. But also, there's a lot of homeless people that are coming up to me and saying, hey, the cops said that you killed some girl in Colorado, you're wanted for murder in Colorado, and a bunch of stuff like that. I'm like, you can look it up. I'm not wanted for jack shit. All right? They want to pretend like I'm a child molester, and that makes it okay to assault me, pretend that I'm messing with kids. The youngins in this town screaming the N-word at me, throwing pumpkins at my vehicle, eggs at my vehicle. It's all recorded that I'm the victim, not them youngins. And some of them are as old as 23. They're doing it as a group, and there's both boys and girls involved. But you know what? I've never been charged with any form of child abuse. Never been charged with any form of sexual abuse of any sort. I've never been charged with any form of murder, manslaughter, anything of that nature. The thing is that I had some...
It's people running their mouth, making up shit, assuming shit, and then going around and telling it to other people, and then they believe it like it's true.
Well, this all started with me rescuing a young woman in Virginia who was suicidal. She told me if I wasn't there already, or already on the road, that she was going to kill herself. And we'd planned the trip together. When I got there, it turned out she was still strung out on heroin. But the other thing is they gave her opiates because when she tried to kill herself, she wrapped her car around a telephone pole. And she had to get like 13 screws put in her leg and a big titanium chunk. And yeah, it wasn't pretty. So she was fucked up on opiates the whole time that I was there. She wasn't in the right frame of mind. And then her family were the ones who were driving her to commit suicide. So she ended up getting shot in the head after I tried to get a protection order against her and her friends because they were drugged out and people were assaulting me. But the thing is, things they were assaulting me over are not things that Natalie ever said about me. I'm like, how can you assault me as if I'm some sort of a pedophile or rapist or with somebody who I wasn't even friends with until she was an adult? And all of our conversations show that we were friends. And she says in our conversations that she was infatuated with me. She thought she was in love with me. I've had 4 women read the messages between me and Natalie Bollinger. Just sit down and read them. All 4 of them say the same thing. Sean, you're a fucking dumbass. She thought she was in love with you, and you are just fucking that goddamn death. I'm sorry. And then they're also pointing out at me, like, here you're sidestepping it, here you're sidestepping it, here you're saying that you're glad that she got over that. Like, dude, she didn't get over that. When you left Virginia, she took that as a fucking kick to the snatch. You fucking unintentionally made her feel like she wasn't pretty. And I'd had one friend before Natalie was killed who looked at part of it, and she said, Sean, you know what? The thing is, you can't tell her that you wouldn't date her, because she's going to take that the wrong way. She thinks she's in love with you, and we got to let her know, hey, I'm not trying to date you. You know, that's not what this is about. People are hurting me. And I did. And of course, she tried to use that to pretend that I stalked her. And the cops didn't even properly serve me with papers. I didn't know that I had a court date. Thought she was in friggin' Virginia. Then she disappeared. And when she disappeared, people wanted to pretend like I killed her. And it became a big multinational thing. Like, look her name up, and they think me as like a stalker. Like, he drove to Virginia 1,700 miles to stalk her. He's seen behind her work. I'm like, that's another lie. I did drive 1,700 miles to see her. And when it went south, I drove 1,700 miles to get away from her.
Exactly.
Now, they found her killer. The evidence that I didn't stalk her is in great abundance. The fact that I've literally never been charged with anything even close to that is very important. The fact that I've never been busted with drugs is very important. And the thing is, this wolnez fellow pretending like I'm all those things. Then he's telling me to, well, see Colorado, look it up. I'm like, I was in Colorado when Natalie was shot. I was 5 blocks from where she got shot. And the guy who killed her, his name is Joseph Michael Lopez, and he's serving 48 years for it. So, I mean, people pretending that stuff is horrible. People assaulting me over it is horrible. And then the cops running around spreading that as if it's God's gift gospel. They're only doing it because I'm trying to turn them in, and they know they broke the law and got busted.
Yep, that's exactly it. They're fucking crazy. I can't fucking take this town anymore. It's the gossip. They just fucking make it up and then tell people, and it's true. Like, nobody knows what a goddamn fact is.
And that's why I tell people to look it up. People can see me on my YouTube channel saying me, it is too much.
Really?
You'd rather just take someone else's opinion, and then if you see the motherfucker, you pull out your Second Amendment and end it.
Yeah.
What the problem is that I've had people assaulting me for... She was killed in December of 2017, and I've been assaulted from one end of the country to the other. The people who assault me the most and do the most harm to me are law enforcement, because I don't have any friends or family. I had people who pretended that they were friends and family and that eventually they were going to help me, but they were all drug addicts or drug salesmen. And these have been the only people who have ever pretended to respect me in my life. Other than, like, all right, people at Starbucks are always nice. But if you're assaulted outside the store, they basically say, well, it happened outside the store, there's nothing I can do. A good person would do something, you know? So now I got 4 people who work here who are trying to help me a little bit. And I've got Tyler Crabtree, who waves at me when he sees me, and if I do stop him, talks to me like a person. I've got you, who talks to me like a person. So I mean, at least that's more than I started with.
Yeah, Tyler's getting fucked over by the cops and the fucking in Safeway. He's gonna go to jail for like 12 days for nothing. Because he didn't do fucking nothing.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. I gotta get this down to actually Tyler.
I'm sorry for talking over you.
No, it's all good. I'm sure I'll see you again.
Yep. Hey, tell him thank you for showing me his backside. Well, I'm at Safeway. It has become a much safer area. There's a gentleman out here who's not supposed to be here. He got into a fight. Oh, here comes Wolnez. Like that. No, not him. I'm glad I was wrong this time. The fella who got into the fight with John, was that 3 nights ago, 4 nights ago? He's here, so I'm trying to make sure that I don't go anywhere near him. It's important to get people's words, and it's important to talk to people in the neighborhood, in the vicinity. Many of the things that are being said by these so-called crazies are being echoed by people in this town who are much higher up the totem pole. Someone calling themselves Jean Carlos Verras, type where are you? And someone calling herself Katrina Ontiveros, put a kitty cat in a box. I love kitty cats. Like, that's my puppy with that kitty. I was into cats way before I was into dogs. So it's funny because they're both predatory animals, so they speak basically the same language. That's not to say that I can speak full sentences with a dog or with a cat, but they speak to each other through affection and attention and touch. I learned how to communicate with my cat Smokey by petting him. Basically, if I petted him in the right place, he'd get all purry and lovey, and if you pet him in the wrong place, he's like, so you learn what's pleasant for them. And it turns out that dogs have the same pleasant spots. Scratch them right underneath right there to let them know that you love them. Oh my God. There's an employee over by my vehicle who may do something if somebody tries messing with me, so I'm going to go relocate my car for a bit. We'll go a little closer. During the day, I the park over on that side. That's where a lot of the employees they got to know me first parks. And at nighttime, I'm supposed to park by the entrance over there that's closer to the building. So I'm gonna go do that. It turns out that the cameras are on there. It's just a matter of pulling them off and turning them in. Hello. With people here being on pretty good terms with me, and some of them understanding how afraid I am and why. It is a big assist. Now, of course, with the stuff that he's pulled earlier today, I'm definitely on the lookout. Definitely making sure I pay attention to my surroundings. The evidence shows that I was railroaded in court, and that's what's important. Oh, we got somebody calling themselves Bree being a troll on my channel. What do we do with these people? Well, first we take a screenshot. Blam! Isn't that pleasant? And then, of course, what do we do after that? Hide user on this channel. That's right. Wouldn't it be nice if we were allowed to do that in real life? Hide user on this channel. Ah, this person wants to rape me. Well, let's hide user on this channel. This person is punching me in the face. Let's hide user on this channel. This person is screaming in my face and pushing me and shoving me and saying they're going to kill my friends and family. Well, let's hide user on this channel. Wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if real life was just a channel? And when people were unpleasant, you could just wish them away with the click of a button. You're damn right I speak up. Good luck stopping me. A lot of people have this wonderful idea in their head that they're going to be able to shut me up. No. You have to put me in the ground to shut me up. How many people have threatened to do that? Starting with Tim Beeson? No, it didn't start with Tim Beeson. All these people that wanted to bully me to commit suicide, all of them can be charged with manslaughter if I actually do so. And there are hundreds of people who have been involved in it. Well, more than just hundreds. You'd be surprised when people paint you as some sort of super psycho serial killer rapist on the internet. People are not nice in real life. I speak up because someone has to. I realize that I am not the one who's important here. The important ones are all the victims, all of them, regardless of skin color, regardless of age. All of the victims deserve to be heard, and nobody should be denied that right. Nobody. Wolnez decided that he was going to play judge, jury, and executioner. And he decided to put his nasty cockbeaters on me. And on my things, on my belongings, on my evidence. He's not the first person to try to destroy a phone full of evidence. And he's not likely going to be the last. But he has tried it repeatedly. Whatever it takes to hide the evidence of his wrongdoing, right? Too late. Way too fucking late. Andrew Wolnez knowingly, willingly, and intentionally chose to harm an at-risk adult. He knowingly, willingly, and intentionally chose to lie. He knowingly, willingly, and intentionally chose to try to destroy evidence, to try to enlist others to harm me through slander, and has kept it up. Now, he believes that he should be allowed to call people whatever he wants, and he should be allowed to physically assault whoever he wants. But he believes that there should be no consequences. And so far, the only consequences he has to worry about have just been my voice and my recordings. What's he afraid of? Well, he's afraid he's going to prison. This isn't jail stuff. This is prison. I'm a disabled adult. This is prison that he's looking at. There's also the repeat offender thing. He's assaulted me 7 times on tape, as well as attempting to break my phone in nearly every recording, as well as physically trying to destroy my vehicle. So what did I do? I recorded him beating on my vehicle, recorded him assaulting me. Now, why am I just rambling on this channel right now? Because this is mostly just for my safety in case he tries something. Again, predators do not like it when you speak up. It doesn't matter if it's Natalie Bollinger, Alicia Bollinger, or even Andrew Wolnez. I still speak up. It's my right to speak up. And it is illegal for people to retaliate against me for speaking up. The whole "oh, poor you" scenario, right? All right, I'm going to turn the mute thing on because I know that the moment I turn on the engine here, it's going to start fucking beeping and it gets annoying. I'll have it right back on in just a minute. All right, so we're past the beeping phase of turning on my vehicle. Woohoo! I feel like a winner. I posted up a lot of evidence of the abuse. Oh wow, it's somebody actually messaged me like they give a shit. That fucking rocks. That totally fucking rocks. Let's see what the message says. Have a good night, Sean. Keep warm. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's supposed to be colder than a cast iron commode in the shady side of an iceberg. He messaged me at 8:01. I typed back to him at 9:02. An hour and 1 minute. There's a lot of these people that are witnesses to crimes in this town. They would fucking love to come forward. They need a safe way to do so. And my channel is absolutely not it. Going in person and recording it that way and going through the legal route is what should have been done from the start. And it's still a possibility. For the 3 women who were sexually assaulted by Officer Lothman, you know, I hope you come forward. I understand if you don't want to and if you feel unsafe. I know that with 2 of you, all he did was sexually harass you and that you're already on my YouTube channel. The problem that I have is that all I have is the recording of you, and I have no place to go through digging through hundreds of videos to try to find that one particular video because it was so long ago. If I'd have had help at that particular point in time to turn it in right then and there, then it wouldn't be this big of an issue. Ashley, if you get harassed by somebody about me being on this channel and talking about you, a lot of the stuff that you have to say, especially from what Scott said, Officer Mike Reeves, I'm totally down with going in with you to turn him in. I don't care about your past. I don't even care about the fucked up shit that you did to me, because I'm a small fry. And people in a position of power, like the sheriff's department or the police department, are a much bigger threat to all of us. I'm just scary as fuck because I speak out even after ass whooping after ass whooping after ass whooping. And of course, getting slammed, getting beaten, getting kicked, getting egged, getting pumpkined, having to go through anti-LGBT crap, a bunch of anti-black folk crap that people want to throw at me. Yeah, they call me the N-word in this town. You know, that's not much different from what they called me in Chapel, Nebraska. In Chapel, Nebraska, they called me N-word lover. Here, they just dropped the word at the end. Then there's the anti-Semitic stuff. The Nazi BS. What do? I fucking speak up. Well, I am following instructions. During the day, I gotta wipe my windshield. During the day, when they have both doors open, or both sets of doors open, this is actually a better place to park. But everybody comes out of the other door when they have their breaks and all that stuff at night. So it's safer to be over by the other door. I don't expect any of these druggies. Well, a couple of them already said they were going to turn in wolnez. So, I mean, that kind of helps. I was already planning on doing that. Okay, cool. One of the Johns, was down here the other day yelling at me that he was a witness. Well, I know you're a witness. That's the point. Hopefully I don't accidentally back over somebody. I am not the world's greatest driver, and I don't exactly have the ability to see out all 5 points. As to whether or not people are entertained by my channel, I don't give two shits. It's not for entertainment. It's for fucking evidence. I know there's a lot of stuff that people are offended by. That's just the kind of world we live in. But what are you offended by compared to what I'm offended by? My friends are being murdered. That's something to be offended by. My friends and family are having their lives being threatened. Now that is really seriously something to give a shit about. And I do. I take that very seriously. I also take allegations of sexual assault physical assault very seriously, especially against at-risk adults such as the disabled or the homeless. And yet, both are classified as at-risk adults in this country. It happens. Alright, well, I gotta get something to wipe off my windshield here. I've got a lady who's coming in on Monday to help me. I won't see her tomorrow, I don't believe. We'll see. Situation with wolnez is scary. I know enough about her situation and her family situation to know that they are at least safe and secure. Something I cannot say for myself. This is helpful and useful in case there is backlash. But there's enough people here who know me and enough people who have started looking at evidence that at least they can tell the parts that they've seen, and that helps me today. Someone calling themselves Cat Face Enthusiast. How are you doing tonight, buddy? I'm still alive, I guess. There's people here who are talking nice to me, like I'm a human being. That's helpful. I do feel safer inside with some of the people who work here, because some of the people who work here, I do believe, would do something about wolnez if they saw it. Some of them have gotten to see it on my YouTube channel, and they're quite appalled by it. But I get this very, very common theme of, well, I don't know what I can do. Two of the people who are predatory towards me in this town talk to me like I'm a person now, or at least leave me alone. For one of those people, it took him getting off of drugs and getting some help for schizophrenia. That's a scary thing. And the other one, it just required for him to come down from the drugs that he was on at the time. I'm over here where I'm told to park, and I'm gonna go inside and follow instructions as far as that goes. Someone calling themselves Cobra Kai typed hi. Hello. Cobra Kai is a name right out of the 80s. Daniel-san. Best way avoid punch, no be there. Could you show me how to sweep? Mr. Miyagi come out with a broom. Cobra Kai typed. Someone calling themselves Set Me L typed, what's happening? Are you in danger? Of course I'm in danger, and the Set Me isn't a bad firearm. I don't know about the Set Me L, but it's not bad. It's not what I'd choose. I'm also not a fan of the FAL, although it is based primarily off of the AR-18, which is the knockoff version from the AR/M16 platform. It was made so that you could manufacture a similar platform in 5.56 NATO in a third world country. Yes, I'm in danger at all points in time. I'm harmed often, and I have a YouTube channel that's full of violence. against myself and others. It's horrible out here. Cobra Kai type, yeah, I love that movie. I saw that part. What happened? Why are you in danger? I subbed. Um, I'm in danger because a friend of mine was shot in 2017 after pretending that I stalked her. A lot of her druggy friends decided that that was a good enough reason to assault me repeatedly and spread their own rumors. It sucks. As male in the United States, we're all subject to the possibility of false allegations. The problem is, when you go spreading rumors about somebody, you should probably make sure that the person that you're spreading the rumors about is okay with it. I don't think that Natalie Bollinger would have been okay with Maddie Boa running around and pretending like I was a pedophile. I don't think Natalie Bollinger would have been okay with Maddie Boa running around and telling people that I raped or molested anyone in Virginia. Maddie Boa did that because she felt like it was an okay thing to do because girls shouldn't be held accountable. And that's just stupid. That ended up getting Natalie Bollinger killed. Now, did she cite me as her reason for committing suicide? No. She cited her parents and her ex-boyfriend. Sorry, her parents and her boyfriend. Me and Natalie Bollinger never dated. That wasn't from her lack of effort. It was from my lack of interest. Thank goodness that's what the evidence shows. It's just a matter of getting someone to help me share it. I've sent it out to so many people, posted it up on my Facebook, on my YouTube, and people don't look. The majority of people who get on my channel just get on here to troll me, to harass me, to bully me. Let's look something up real quick. This is for all of our benefit, and for the literally hundreds upon hundreds of people who have tried to bully me into committing suicide. What are you charged with if you bully somebody to suicide?
According to JS defense, in some cases, the bully may never intend to cause death, though they act in a manner that is dangerous enough to kill someone. In this case, involuntary manslaughter charges may result.
Now that's if they didn't intend death. But these people are literally doing everything that they can to try to push me to commit suicide, to bully me and harass me incessantly. And they hate that I speak up. They hate it more that I will get on here and scream and shout and curse and expose their pictures, expose their names, expose their charges, as I did in the video just prior to this. I do that a lot. Andrew Wolnez at the end of the last video wanted to start typing at me, being a bully, after physically assaulting me on no less than 7 separate occasions, and physically assaulting my property on at least 7. Following me through town to assault me. This is how sick and fucked up this guy is in the head. And a lot of people have done this. Set me L type, you should try to get a hold of Music Biz Marty, he can help you. And then the guy calling himself Cobra Kai type, do you know what I do? I don't know what either one of you do. Oh, scratch the lice out. Just kidding, it's not lice, it's just uncleanliness. I should probably go down to the YMCA and take a shower again. I went very many months without taking a shower because I was afraid of being bullied or harassed there. And this does happen everywhere I go. What is the charge for bullying someone to death?
According to JS Defense, in some cases, the bully
Not
may
that
never
one.
intend to cause death.
They're
though
doing
they
the
act in
same one. All right. What happens if you bully someone to death?
According to JS Defense, first, if a bully physically kills someone, they may be charged with different degrees of homicide charges depending on the circumstances. In some cases, the bully may never intend to cause death, though they act in a manner that is dangerous enough to kill someone.
And in which case they can be charged with involuntary manslaughter. There's also actual manslaughter charges. What happens if a police officer bullies someone to death? The Cyber Smile Foundation, who to call, use our list of helplines for problems such as cyberbullying, revenge porn, mental health, and suicide prevention. That one might be interesting. Cobra Kai typed karate. I do karate. Oh, I took karate and taekwondo and Dukes-ryu ninjutsu. Oh, this is in the goddamn UK. Oh, not just the UK. Oh, we've already called this one. They said that we have to get somebody to help us doing this online. All right. Well, that one's kind of out of the question at the moment, but we'll find out on Monday. Let's see. Stop Bullying Now Hotline, USA. Helpline set up by U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. All right, I finally got that goddamn scab pulled out of my hair. I have some paper clips here. One night I had it down like this because it was holding some of my blankets up as a makeshift curtain, I guess. Privacy blind. Anyway, I moved my head underneath it. Was moving pretty quick and I fucking gouged myself. That was about a week ago. Let's see. Kids Helpline Australia, NSPCC Helpline UK, Young Minds UK, Kids Help Phone Canada, Mental Health Pipelines, or Helplines, National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. That one's shit. They will push you to commit suicide, no joke. Samaritans UK, Suicide National Helpline. They will push you to suicide too. Good luck. That's in the USA. Lifeline AUS, that's Australia. Anxiety UK in the UK. Mind Information Line UK. International Bipolar Foundation, Spain and USA. Eating disorders and negative body image helplines. Revenge porn helplines, there's only one and it's in the UK. LGBTQ plus helplines, the Trevor Project. They only care if you're LGBTQ, and you might not be considered LGBTQ by the person that you talk to, just so you know. Addiction helplines, stuff for parents. advice for parents dealing with a cyberbullying incident, how to guard against your child becoming a cyberbully, how to help your child avoid being cyberbullied. Is my child a cyberbully? Is my child being cyberbullied? Online advice, top tips to give your children, who to call, who to speak to. Well, it seems to me there's a lot written there. That doesn't mean there's a lot there. Let's read what's on here. Oh, you guys want to see the Set Me L? You should check it out. It's actually pretty cool. Someone calling themselves Unknown 737 typed "Want to hear a Christmas joke?" Cobra Kai typed "Nice." Unknown 737 typed "Why are teddy bears always full?" Cobra Kai made a bunch of faces, and Unknown 737 typed "Because they are always stuffed." Ah. Let's see. The Set Me L in black, using the Cerakote E-Series, the best firearms coating available. $1,349. Damn, that's expensive. The Model L is a Spanish 5.56 by 45 millimeter NATO assault rifle developed in the late 1970s at the state-owned Small Arms Research and Development Establishment SETMI located in Madrid. The rifle retains many of the proven design elements the Institute had used previously in its SETMI Model 58 battle rifles. SETMI L AR 18 influence. Well, it says primarily Sturmgewehr and the French-made AME 49. Although the Setmiel fandom shows the AR-18 and then the IMI AR and then the Sako RK95 TP. These are some of the ones that are, I guess that's talking about ammunition stoppages. Let's see. AR-18 derivatives. Not AR-18 Derby. What the fuck? AR-18 influenced rifles.
According to Wikipedia, the Arkansas 18 mechanism is the basis for many rifles in major military service. Rifles which use a copy or derivative of the Arkansas 18 gas system include HKG-36, HK-416, FNF 2000, FN SCAR, Steyr August, CZ-805BREN, Chinese QBZ-95, Daewoo K1, Hoa Type 89, SAR-88, T-91 and British SA-80 family of weapon systems.
Arkansas 18, they say. Well, this Google ain't that well educated, is it? Let's see. Setmiel typed, I got a green one with a Picatinny rail on top. Nice. Very nice. What's your MOA? You got the military standard. What's the list? What kind of ammo are you using? You using match trade or are you using NATO standard? Now, you know you can shoot a 223 out of that 223 Remington. It ain't got the same power, and it's going to have, well, you're going to need a different optic if you're doing that in order to get the same accuracy, but I was forced to make an illegal AR-15 in Nebraska by one of Sheriff Scott DeCosta's friends. I've been trying to turn in that rifle for 3 years now. Fuck, it's been a while. Let's see, set me L, typed I'm not in the military. Alright, so you're still probably a rifle that's made for the 5.56 and not the 223, but I recommend looking it up. M855 ball. Oh, you're going with standard military. It was very nice. I guess there's an M855 match grade too. Ball ammunition, that's pretty standard. They do have a couple of setnees that are actually set up in 308 Lapua now, and also got, or no, 308, and then they've also got the Lapua, and then they've got the, there's one more. God, I'm trying to remember. I don't think they have a version in 30-06 though. I'm actually kind of a big fan of the South Korean ammunition. I was genuinely surprised by the fact that it performs so well. It performs exactly the same as our ammunition. I thought I had ammunition from South Korea that was, well, I figured it'd be substandard, especially since the ammunition I got was old as hell. But no, it fired the same as the American-made rounds. I was firing match-grade American rounds, though. The only real difference between match-grade military ball and military ball ammunition is that if there's just a tiny, tiny bit of grain more in the bullet shell than in another, it's going to be caught by the measurement system. Whereas in the military ammunition, it's just approximately about, it's got looser tolerances just for the order of mass production. Actually, let's look up the M855 ball. M855 ball ammunition.
According to blog.grittersports.com, all in all, the M855 did not perform as desired, and it has been phased out of military service and replaced by its counterpart M855A1 ammunition. M855A1 has problems of its own, but it is classified as armor-piercing since its core is no longer made of lead.
Yep. Green tips. Catface Enthusiast said he got a Bulgarian SLR 106. I gotta look that up. I like the Rashid. That's a badass rifle right there. Between an AK-47 and a Rashid, I'd go the Rashid route all the way. SLR-106. Arsenal length, maximum range 1,350 meters or 1,480 yards. Muzzle velocity 2,985 feet per second, 910 meters per second. Rate of fire 40 rounds per minute. Practical. Rear sight range 500 meters, 547 yards. Let's take a look at it. It looks like a AK-47 derivative. And it looks like it fires 5.45 by 45 millimeter, or 5.56 by 45 millimeter semi-automatic, so it's a semi-auto. $4,000 for that. Holy hell. Yeah, I am more of a fan of the 22 Cricket. I think that's the best rifle ever made. 22 Cricket, you can get some pretty good accuracy out to about 50 yards, believe it or not. Of course, it's a stable platform. It's a bolt action. It's also got a very crisp trigger, so you know right when you're at the brake. I actually used to have a 22 Browning Best pistol for a while. It was about, let's see, how old was I when I got that? I think I was 21 when I got it, and I was 22 when I got I was 23. I got rid of all of my guns in 2003 when I became homeless. Most of them went to, let's see, Dennis Dickinson got my 303 Enfield. Big Jason Jepson ended up with my SKS with the Monte Carlo stock. Let's see, Catface Enthusiast typed. I bought it for $800. So it was probably 6 years ago, 8 years ago. I'm just saying that based on what the prices would have been around that time for something that's going for $4,000 now. I've seen AK-47s, Yugoslavian AKs, or no, Romanian AKs. You could buy one for about $400, $496 at Cabela's, with all of the bells and whistles. It came with the sling, came with the, the whole cleaning kit. Came with the whole shebang. It did have a chrome line barrel, which I did not know. I thought that it did not have a chrome line barrel, but apparently when they imported them into the United States, they did chrome line a few of them. I had a roommate named Chris Stegeman that I bought an AK-47 for, and I had the SKS. I had the Yugoslavian SKS with the folding bayonet, and it cost me $195. And then it cost me, I think, about equal that for the Monte Carlo stock. Let's see, Catface Enthusiast typed, I think, about 4 years ago. Holy hell. Yep, firearms are getting expensive. On the bright side, since you've already got the firearm, all you've got to worry about is ammunition and practice. You have to get the practice. Leading an untrained person to war, well, that's just a suicide. A lot of people buy a gun as a novelty. They think, in case I need it, in case I want it, in case something happens, but just for peace of mind. However, it also has its own fears that comes around with having that gun, especially when you're homeless. When I'm homeless, I know, just as every other homeless man knows, that your life is expendable and no one will care. As a result, you try not to have any excuse. Not an excuse for you, but an excuse for others to shoot you. I don't carry knives. I don't carry guns. I don't like violence, but I do wholeheartedly support the Second Amendment. Do you know why I support the Second Amendment? Because that is in support of the First Amendment. I am fighting for the First Amendment, and I am surprised as hell that there are so many Second Amendmenters out there that are not fighting for that First Amendment. All we hear out of them, for the most part, is, "My cold dead hands." Oh, well, I'll be a damn dirty ape. People been using that Charlton Heston quote for years. Yes, I fully support the Second Amendment. I'm just not fully in support of those who are exercising the Second Amendment because they're not using it properly. The Second Amendment is for when the First Amendment fails, such as in my situation. The Second Amendment is not a hunting law. Set me L typed, I got a Chinese M21 SKS. That's the one designed after the M56, not the Type 49. No, is it? I'm going to have to look that up now. It's not Type 49 because the SKS was in use partially at the very end of World War II. The Type 56, though, the Type 56 SKS is the one that we see in modern times. This is the one that's based off of Simonov's design. Or based off of Mikhail Kalashnikov's design. The modern SKS has more of Tomat Kalashnikov in it than Simonov. And that's because the gas operating system on the SKS, the locking system, oh hell. Here to munch. Anyway, I got this channel here, not for any of your entertainment, but to show evidence and to show the truth. Because the cops wouldn't fucking look. Neither would my friends. I gave Alexander my last cigarette, so I'm out. Back to smoking tobacco off of an aluminum pipe. I lost my tobacco pipe somewhere in this goddamn vehicle. Of course, you guys can hear what it sounds like when I hit off of that. Fuck. Set this up here and let it charge up a little bit. Ooh, I found a tobacco. It's the wet one from earlier, so it'll probably taste like boiled asshole, but whatever, it's a cigarette. The Set Me L, it's not great, but it's not horrible. Although I'm partial to the AK platform. I do like the Galil. I like the Rashid. The Rashid's a good firearm, real good firearm. Especially given the area that it's designed for. Ew. Yeah. gross. See how much charge we have on my phone because I don't want it to die while I'm inside. 7%. Oh. All right, we'll try to get it up to about 15% before going. I'm going to turn off all my lights so that I'm not using as much electricity, and more of it can go to my telephone. Check out the channel 21 SKS, but pretty much other than Russia, nobody actually made a copy of the Simonov. They made copies of the modified SKS from later variants that are based on the AK-47 or automata, designed by Mikhail Kalashnikov in the 1940s. AK-47 stands for Automat Kalashnikov, model year 47. Pretty easy. The SKS model 56 is based on the AK-47. They both entered service, well, had the possibility of entering service around the same time. But that Kalashnikov had pointed out were not problems, but the Russians at the time felt that the stamped sheet metal receivers were not feasible with the stamping sets that they had of the day, or their understanding of the metallurgy to do so. But Mikhail Kalashnikov was right. They stopped making the milled receivers eventually and made the AKM, which is modern. Now, as far as Wolnez goes, I do have to worry about him. But I'm going to go inside. I'm going to get myself a soda pop or something. I don't know. They do have 50-cent soda pops here. There's also a little plastic dealie. I was going to show it to you. I figured I'd teach you ladies how to keep roofies out of your beers. It's a lot easier to slip a roofie into a canned beer that you can't see through than it is a cup beer, where you notice there's something fucked up on the bottom of your cup. So there's the round balls that you buy from the quarter machines at the grocery store, and half of it's some fancy color and the other half is quasi see-through. These. The quasi see-through half you take your soda pop or your Monster Energy drink, you put it on top. Watch this. That's right, it's on there good. Also, there's a tiny bit of liquid in here, so we'll show you. See, there's a tiny bit of liquid in there. If I turn it back over, it doesn't spill any. And because the opening is in the cup, or in the can, it all goes right back down inside of it. If you're allergic to bees, just snap the lid back on there. When you're done taking a drink, you're less likely to get smacked by a bee, stung by a bee, bit by a bee, however you want to say it. Some people are weird about the way they say it. I don't like the word stung. Okay, we won't use that word. Anyway, I'm sorry that the phone died, but it happens. That's one of the issues with all my gas, is I got to use it up to try to keep my phone charged, just in case of more assaults by wolnez. abuse, 9% battery. That's better than nothing, I guess. I do, in fact, and indeed have to worry about predators like Andrew Wolnez. And that's because of their history of violence and abuse towards me, and threats and harassment. But I suppose, compared to actual assaults, the threats and harassment don't really seem like much. Device pulse has been updated, it says. Alright. Alright. That ought to be able to charge it for a little bit. As soon as it starts beeping, it basically lets me know that I can still start my car as long as I turn off my car quickly. I think I could probably go in and chill for a bit and get something to drink, I guess, on 9% battery. Mostly I'm just recording right now because of safety issues with wolnez. He's a violent POS. I definitely need to go in and get some napkins, so I think I'm actually going to go do that. 10% battery. Alright, I'll call that good. On the bright side, at least I speak up. Oh. Night, Alex. Pretty good. Well, maybe not pretty good, but I'm not pretty, so it's much appreciated.
Oh, sure, you're pretty.
Everybody but Jay makes me feel like a princess. One of these days I'm gonna give him a smile.
Yeah, right. I haven't seen him smile yet.
Oh, he's
Need your cigarettes today?
I'm gonna see if I have enough. Yes, ma'am. Supposed to mean, but whatever. Maybe Cole C is here to join the conversation about the SKS and the Set Me L. Maybe not. Anyway, like I was saying before, you see that little globe on the top? You go to your local grocery store. You find yourself a ring or a gooey thing or whatever the prize happens to be that comes in the bubble. You're not after the prize inside of the bubble. Matter of fact, you're not even after the bubble. You're only after the top half of the bubble because it'll snap right on. Anyway, I just purchased myself a... God, did I forget to bring it out? No, there's no way. Maybe I put it on top of my car. No. No, that one's empty. I know I put it somewhere. That pack of smokes is empty. Ah, here it is. Monster Java. Now what are we gonna do? We're gonna plug in my telephone. Oh shit. I forgot to get napkins. Oh well. There we go. Using up the last of my gas. I was able to finally make a GoFundMe and get a card working. I didn't do it though. I had help from one of the employees here at the Safeway. And he's hopefully going to help me on Monday to finish the rest of it. It is starting to get chilly out. I probably shouldn't open up one of these super warmers. They have the ones for your feet, but they fucking suck. And the lady who gives them to me, she said, you know, I love them. I usually put one at my feet and one at my back. And then by the time I wake up in the morning, they're both at my feet. Like, yo, out of my sleeping bag. My question is, why bother giving people disability money if she's just going to let people cheat them out of it. That's one of the things that sucks the most. Like the government will give you $800 a month for disability, but then they'll press false charges on you that cost you tens of thousands of dollars, and you can't even hire a lawyer with that money. Because they give you it a little increment at a time, and then they nickel and fucking dime every bit of it out of you. Without representation, might I add. We do not live in a democracy. So what do we live in? Does anyone know? It's supposed to be a democratic republic, but as we've seen with nearly every election, it's not about being a democratic republic. It's about keeping the American people arguing over a super close election and arguing over who's legally the president, who's legally our figurehead here in the Estados Unidos. That seems to be the most important thing to a lot of people right after election year. Alright, I'll make sure we don't bury that. Might need it. I haven't actually been able to bring myself to use it, but I've got it. I'll use some. And I got both bear mace as well as a taser, but shit. Haven't been able to bring myself to zap anybody yet. What happens if I go to the cops alone to try to turn in any crime? I get bullied. And the cops, they try to run around and slander my name as if that's going to stop me from telling the truth about them. Then they press false charges on me and fucking arrest me. Now they did partially not arrest me on that bogus bullshit. It was partially because I was very not nice to the 911 operator who was engaged in illegal activities, which is always fun. But they work closely with the law enforcement, and of course we get to hear the lady on the 911 call saying that she's not associated with the officers. But then Officer Lothman, what happened with him and Harold? Harold turned off my phone without my permission. A bunch of dumb son of a bitches. And that's when Officer Tony Lothman decided that it was alright to mouth off. And what did he claim? He claimed that they were his 911 operators. That's right, he claimed those women as his personal property, which is something to be expected out of Tony Lothman. What a dumb son of a bitch. I believe in doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And although I don't always know the right thing to do, at least I fucking try. The police doing their jobs could have saved Natalie Bollinger's life. But they didn't want to do their jobs. They wanted to play judge, jury, and executioner and prevent the actual victim from having a day in court. And then they wanted to play after the fact like they'd done nothing wrong. For me, I haven't done anything wrong. I've done things that are necessary, given the information that I had to hand. How do women get us to make stupid decisions because they don't want to do something themselves? They pretend it's an emergency. Or they will create a scenario in which it is to be assumed to be an emergency. And of course, if we don't respond how they want us to, then we're bad people. We're horrible men. We're supposed to protect women. That's our job. Well, you know what? We do. We protect you from your own stupidity all the fucking time. Every time you get fucking drunk and try to get your boyfriend into a fight or your husband into a fight, some fucking dumbass to defend your goddamn honor, but you have none. I believe in loyalty above all else, except honor. And that's where my family and I do not get along or see eye to eye. My family are the every man for himself type, but then they're not every man out for himself. My mom protected 2 men in my family that are child molesters. Her father and my brother Michael. Pretty fucked up. She died last month. Fucking junkies. Sorry, there was a person who just rode by on a bike. Not everybody on a bike is a junkie, but that guy is. And I'm not saying that just because he's on a bike. It's because I know the guy. I just don't know his name. I want to say it's Ernie. It's not Ernie. It's, fuck. Hell, it don't matter. He's not giving me any problems. He's not trying to smash in my window. I'm not trying to do anything stupid like that, which is good. Wolnez wants the videos down. He doesn't get to have them down, and that sucks for him, don't it? Someone calling himself Caleb Prieto type high. So someone calling himself those mysterious kids typed I sub. It's a strange name. If you really are a kid, you should probably get off my channel. I don't think your mother would approve. Although, the number one people that I do try to speak up for are children on my channel, and then the homeless, and then men. That's because they're the top 3 categories of people most likely to be harmed in the United States. Most likely to be shot by police in the United States. Caleb Prieto type WY. I'm not sure what that's supposed to stand for, but obviously I don't like predators, and obviously I speak up against them. And obviously those predators are rewarded greatly for it. See, people aren't angry that I recorded. They're angry that I recorded them doing wrong things. The police have shown a severe quantity of disrespect towards me. Some of them say it nicely, but they're still saying things that are wrong. Giving immoral and illegal legal advice, and then claiming you're not allowed to give legal advice. Well, that's kind of against, oh no, that's fully against the law. People have no idea what this is like. People who can go home in their nice warm bed with their husband or wife, their kids, their Colt 1911, and their nightstand next to them, or katana in the closet. Yeah, I know a lot of guys who have swords in their closets, specifically for if someone breaks in. I think it's weird. It's also unwieldy. If you meet in a doorway or in a hallway, you are always going to lose. Now, if you're able to be clandestine about it, you might be able to catch them as they're coming through the door. Although lawyers say that if you're going to shoot somebody who breaks into your house, it's better to kill them because then they can't sue you. Now, that's pleasant to hear, isn't it? So even your life, when it comes to a lawyer, isn't going to come down to anything useful towards saving a human life. We've gotten to see recently how being a police officer, well, it allows a lot of people to believe that they can do whatever the hell they want. and still get paid for it. Now, what other professions do we have like that? Those of us who had to work for a living, actual work, real work. If I'm hired as a carpenter to build a barn and I don't show up and build a barn, well, there's something screwy there, isn't there? If people pay me for materials so that I can build a barn for them, and I don't spend that money on materials to build a barn, should I still get paid? And this is the conundrum we're running into. If police officers just simply don't want to do their job because you're disabled or homeless or a male, yes, that does constitute sexism. It does constitute bias, and it does constitute a breach of contract and breaking of the law. The cops have gotten used to the fact that they can get away with doing whatever they want, because all they have to do is say they did nothing wrong and they investigated themselves and everything is all copacetic. And then you got to come up with money for a lawyer to take them to civil court. I've gotten to show people situations. Sorry. I've gotten to show people here situations that I've been in that they've said that they didn't think those things happened. As far as they were concerned, that stuff only happens in Hollywood, and here I am with documented evidence of it, like the actual situations themselves recorded. They're going to be closing here soon, so I'm going to have to relocate to another location where I'm still unsafe. However, I am safer in this parking lot for right now than I am at the other parking lot. I also want to make sure that I don't overwarm my welcome. No living in this parking lot. Just if it's an emergency, I can park here. I have taken a lot of screenshots. The reason I take so many screenshots is because of the interactions that I have with a lot of trolls. Getting my friends to hopefully someday become familiar with the situation, while predators have a hell of a head start. They've been at it for years. All my friends have been at ignoring me for years. They still want to pretend like they're friends. Come on, fucking stick. Jesus Christ. Oh, there he goes. Alright, I'll see you guys. Well, at least we're getting my phone charged, right? Now, obviously, this channel is not an entertainment channel. It's not meant for your entertainment. It's not attached to any ability to make money for me. There's no PayPal account attached to it. There's no monetization on my channel. No advertisements from these places. That's right, my channel, for the most part, is ad-free, with the exception of 3 videos that I got in trouble for copyright for, that they decided to let the copyright slide, and just those 3 videos are monetized. But not for me, for the owner of the music. Oh, Missouri, the show me state. They're having another dance, I think, at the Townsend Hall, which is pretty cool. I actually like it when they do that because it's different music. Like, of course, when they have the second dance, I guess this it has been since I've been here. It's mostly Hispanic folks and Mexican music, and it's very cultural and it's very pleasant. The people go in and out of there all night with their kids, laughing and enjoying themselves. And well, it would be very nice if we could get some of the white folks here to join in. I know that sounds mean, but it's not. Well, if one of y'all want to type some trash and keep me company, I'm basically at this point just recording in case of wolnez or any other predator, and there are a few. The problem is I can't call 911 right away because I have no friend or family member to help me with this stuff. I do have some people that might, and they have very much in the last week shown me that they're trying. And the parts where they may not be trying hard enough in the right area, it's not because they hate me or because they're trying to misdirect the situation. It's because they haven't been able to take the time to become familiar with it the way that my predators have. I'm not interested in hurting anyone. The problem is that I am hurt often, and I'm not talking about my pride. For many of y'all, here's what really is the kicker for your pride. Embarrassment. You don't want to be embarrassed. Who does? It's completely understandable, or at least it should be. However, if you did something wrong, between trying to hide it and fessing up to it, it's better to fess up to it right away. Because if you fess up to it right away, all you've done is made a mistake, and that happens. When you try to hide it and cover it up, and people end up dead, well, at that point, you've committed felonies. You've gone from pretending to be an impartial asshole to ignoring a situation until people become corpses. Why am I so pissed off at the people who were supposedly my friends before Natalie died? Because they were too busy talking over me instead of finding out what was going on or even what I needed help with. They were too busy trying to play let's make a deal. Anyway, if you want to stay entertained or keep entertained, this probably isn't the channel for you, but if you're looking for some sort of interaction tonight at least, fuck. I don't know what to do, guys. My channel should be a place where people who are being victimized can get on here, and I can make a call with them if they're being abused. I can email with them and coordinate with them so they don't have to turn it in alone. Now, obviously, this video's over 2 hours long. Unlike earlier when I saw Wolnez, where he was close enough to positively identify because he was literally riding within 5 feet of my fucking car. Well, there was a couple of them in this video where from far off I was just fucking hoping it wasn't Wolnez. The first one might have been. The second certainly was not him. The guy was too large, wearing the wrong jacket. There is a lot of stuff on Wolnez, and I would start digging it out and playing it on this video like I have in a few other videos. One of them I actually recorded 6 of the assaults, as well as the situation with Jamie in the Dalles, Oregon. This stuff is inhumane. Nobody should have to go through this. I try to explain to people, hey, what I need is to turn in these crimes. Any of the crimes in the past that you think that I should let go, no, I shouldn't. Because those were crimes that were intentionally used and meant to deter me from my rights as a human being and as an American citizen. Also, it resulted in some friends of mine ending up dead, so that's definitely something that's not going to fucking sit well with me. There's probably about 24 bodies in my wake at this point. Between Benjamin Harvey, Natalie Bollinger, Christine Buhit, Ryan Ingersoll, Stephen McMillian, Stephen Green. There's corpses all over the place. Anna Hunka. I was her rubber ducky. She used to get a hold of me when she was taking a bath. Keep her company while she drinks a couple of beers, takes a bubble bath. Janine Barrett's also dead. Maddie Boa will probably overdose sometime soon. Alicia Bollinger, she's never going to see any consequences to her actions, so she'll probably end up overdosing too. Or, well, given her high-risk lifestyle, she might get raped to death, and that's a scary proposition. What are the chances that one of these guys that she's doing drugs with will start acting like Andrew Wolnez? Won't take no for an answer. See, when you pretend like I might hurt you, I'll drive 1,700 miles to get away from you. Wolnez will fucking pursue you. He will threaten you, harass you, intimidate you, assault you. He doesn't give a fuck. And then he'll claim he doesn't do that. Jesus Christ. The primary issue that we have here, though, is the cowardice of the majority of the American people. Their belief that if it's not happening to them, then it's not happening. If it's not happening to them, it's the realm of fantasy as far as they're concerned. Fuck this goddamn country and everyone in it. And I say that frequently. I also stick up for a lot of people in this country. I've even taken my lumps to protect other human beings. And God damn it, I will not apologize for that. I don't give two shits what deity you pretend you believe in. I am going to try laying down for a few minutes. I'm in a location where if somebody messes with me, the staff will be able to see me. By staff, I mean employees here at the Safeway. I figure it's easier to say the staff here than it is to say the Safeway employees. One of the ladies here, I think she's an assistant manager, or possibly one of the section managers, I don't know. Fuck, I can't remember the story I was going to tell. That's all right. Oh, I was telling her she should actually look at my channel before deciding if I'm a nice guy. I said, I've got a YouTube channel, and I use a lot of really naughty words, and I say a lot of really mean things on it. She said to me, well, we've all been scared before. It's all right. Well, very cool. At least some people understand. When you say things nicely over and over and over again, and nobody hears you, hey, people are hurting me, oh, just ignore it. Hey, this guy in specific is harming me and threatening to kill me and my friends and family, oh, just let him go, he's a pussy. Come on now. What you're doing is you're giving every indication that you don't care about the victim. And if somebody harms them, they cannot come to you for help because you won't. You won't help. You'll just make excuses. And how many of you have friends like that? Sure, they're friends until you need something. And then they pretend that you're only their friend when you need something. Like, hey, I was there every time you needed something. I was Johnny on the spot. I don't know how many of the people who threw me away like trash I had rescued before Natalie was killed, but it was a lot. Nearly all of them said, hey, Sean, if you ever need anything, just let me know. Well, I did need something, and I did let them know. And how was I treated? Like it was always a one-way friendship, where everybody has to do everything for Sean, and Sean never contributes anything, because Sean, well, what kind of a person am I in real life versus here on my YouTube channel? How many of you have paid enough attention to know How many of you came here because you watched an episode, season 1, episode 1, A&E, Murder in the 21st? How many of you actually believe that predators like Ted Bollinger should be in prison for the crimes they've committed? How many of you think it's okay to bully, harass, intimidate, and threaten an at-risk adult until they commit suicide? Andrew Wolnez should have been smart enough to stay away from me, but I don't make any accounts on my behalf for his intelligence or anyone else's. I don't choose how intelligent you are. If you've got the IQ of a duck, you've got the IQ of a duck. If you've got the IQ of a rock, you might be smarter than a duck. In some instances, because if a rock is lost, it's just going to sit there until it's found. If a duck is lost, it might keep wandering around until it drowns. Although I think it's goose or geese, whatever the plural is, the gander. Aren't they the ones that are supposed to be so stupid that they'll stick their face up in the air when it rains and drown? Isn't that the rumor that we were teaching in the 80s? I've never actually looked into whether or not that's true, but I do know that there are Canadian geese in Nebraska and in Washington State and in Oregon. And I've never seen a Canadian goose drown itself doing that. I have seen a few of them stick their heads straight up in the air in the rain, stretch out their neck, and then shake themselves like a dog would. Hopefully there's no threats, harassment, or assaults from wolnez. Now we have on my channel multiple situations with wolnez, as well as with those racist little shitheads, as well as how the cops treated the situation. I can kind of sort of feel bad for wolnez. He should not have listened to the fucking cops. But I can't feel bad for wolnez because he is being predatory. Fuck what you heard. See, that's the problem with police officers. When they do immoral shit, they believe that they are allowed to break the law to prevent their victim from coming forward. The problem with small towns like this is that everybody's friends with everybody. And as a result, they all cover each other's ass illegally, might I add. It's still illegal. Someone calling themselves Moon VRYT typed hello. What is going on? Well, it's not entertaining. I apologize for that. But I am making sure that I keep and maintain records. And this is one of them. I try to record 24 hours a day because of threats, harassment, and assaults over the death of Natalie Bollinger and the abuse that I had to endure for a whole year before she was killed. All the gaslighting that the police and the Bollingers took part in, well, as many of you know, Ted went to prison for what he did to his daughters. He got lucky in the fact that he didn't have to register as a sex offender. There are many predators like Andrew Wolnez. They believe that it's okay to harm me because I can't physically defend myself. I can't run away. And I have no friends or family who actually care. Moon VRYT typed, oh, okay, I see now. Yep. So I do have hundreds of assaults against me recorded on this channel, including over half a dozen by Andrew Wolnez, as well as over a half a dozen occasions where he's assaulted my property, tried to break my property, or actually broken it. Now, I don't have the ability to do the things that help me to stim, which, if you're not autistic, you might not understand that word. I do want to mention that I have Asperger's, which is high-functioning autism. It's not the same. And many people in the medical profession are arguing that it's not the same. The reason that we're put into the same category is so that disabled people on the spectrum, disabled people primarily because of post-traumatic stress disorder from abuse. The problem is that by taking people with Asperger's and stuffing us into the same category as what most people consider to be retards, such as, for example, there's low-functioning autistic people, and then they need help with pretty much everything. Then there's people that are average, I guess you would say, and then there are high-functioning people with autism, people with Asperger's syndrome. Let me see. Someone calling themselves Dara Wemis. I'm sorry if I pronounced that incorrect. Typed, well, I care and I don't care about anyone as long as you are happy and don't let the bad people stop you, okay? Well, there's a difference between caring in general and caring to stop abuse. And it's that second kind that I need. And I'm going to explain it like this. And this isn't to say that you're a witness to the abuse. This is just saying, if you witness a child being raped, it's not your fault that that child is being raped. However, if you don't do anything about it, it is your fault every time that predator rapes someone else. Every time that predator rapes after that is your fault for doing nothing. That's how you stop bad people. And that's how you don't let bad people stop you. One of the things they taught us in the 1980s, if you're bullied, you're supposed to follow the rule of safety in numbers. Walk together with a friend. One bullying videos that we watched as a kid with McGruff, the advice that he says is if you see somebody being bullied, the difference between putting a stop to it and it happening every day is whether or not you get involved. If you see somebody being bullied, go walk over to them. Put your arm around them like your friends. That's right, this is what they said in the 80s. You can't do this today or somebody will fucking flip shit at you. But in the 80s, they taught you to put your arm around your friend call them your friend and escort your friend home, or escort your friend to wherever an adult is that can do something about it. We are also taught a bunch of bully rules, like if you're being bullied, you're supposed to go to your bully and ask him to stop. If the bullying is because of a rumor, go to the source of that rumor and ask him to stop. Tell him how it makes you feel. In reality, how does that work? How well does that tactic actually work in real life? I'm sure you can imagine. If you're a male, you probably know outright. It results in further bullying. It results in more ridicule, and it often results in more people getting involved in the bullying because now it's fun for everyone. Now, the second part, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to go to our trusted adult. This is a teacher that you may trust, maybe one of your parents. For some people, it's oftentimes a sibling. And you're supposed to tell them what happened and ask them for help. Well, how does that work? It usually results in you being told that they'll do something later. They're busy, unless you have a family who cares, in which case this is where the buck stops. But if you don't have a family that cares, and you don't have friends, then you have to try to turn it in alone to a mandated reporter. Who are these people? Well, the list they give us is preachers, maybe a trusted teacher, guidance counselor, school nurse, police officers, of course. In the 1980s, we all learned this stuff. In the 90s, we learned it was all bullshit. The 90s got tough. We had a whole bunch of people that wanted to have a war across the country, primarily on the West Coast. The rock rap wars of the 90s. This is a part of American pop culture that was not popular, and it still isn't. Back in the 90s, you couldn't turn on the TV without seeing somebody who got shot for listening to rock or listening to rap. We got to hear about we got to hear about how rock and roll was white people music. Well, it's actually not. And how rap was black people music, and it's actually not. Now, culturally, we white people can pretend like it was because of Blondie, right? But culturally, tribalism, the world over, results in rap. Chants of native Indians, like actual Indians from India. Some of those chants are very much rhythmic and very rhymey-dimey all the timey. When it comes to caring about the victim, you gotta care enough to help them turn it in. You have to care enough to help put a stop to it. You have to care enough to speak up, and right away. And the longer it takes to do that, the more likely it is that the survivor of abuse is going to slip into oblivion or even suicide. Men aren't depressed because they can't talk to women. That's never been an issue. Nearly all of the guys that I know who have issues talking to women They don't have issues talking to women. They've been rejected enough times that they're afraid to show any interest in a woman. And they've been harmed enough times from a woman taking their words wrong to know that they have to be afraid. Many of us have taken part in helping raise other people's kids just because there was no father in their life, or because it was a single mother who needed help. A lot of people know what the expected exchange rate on that is. You guys know. Nearly every guy has helped a woman moved out of a fucked up situation only for her to try to get intimate with him within just a few hours of the situation. Homie, don't play that. You don't get to move out of one relationship right into another just like that. And I do not accept that as payment for helping you move out of a fucked up situation. If your life is at risk and you're unsafe, I'm glad to get you the hell out of there. I don't need sex. I don't need money. In that case, yeah, money is not something that I'm going to try to fucking burden you with. But a lot of people wanted to do that with me, didn't they? Like they were gonna tell the truth. They were gonna come forward, but then they were too broke. How many people's excuse for literally never making a call with me? How many of their excuses were, well, I'm too broke? That doesn't help anyone. As far as the situation here in Tillamook, Oregon, I've had to deal with Predator Andrew Wolnez since September 21st. That was the first 3 assaults. Attempted assault for the first one because he missed. And I personally am not going to call what I can actually see in the videos. I can't claim that he tried to fucking headbutt me. I had several people tell me it looked like he tried to headbutt me. And it certainly felt to me as if he was trying to headbutt me. But the way that I had my phone prevented him from doing so. When it comes to the death of Natalie Bollinger, this was a situation where everybody fucked up. And I mean everybody. The fact that I was illegally prevented from going to court, cut off from my friends and family, forced to spend literally thousands of dollars going back and forth to court date after court date for my public pretenders to literally do nothing to requisition the body camera evidence. The United States is a disgusting place, and anybody who wants to pretend to be a public defender, well, you need to actually defend your clients. If you're not willing to do that, you are complete and total trash. Public defenders, that's another one of those positions where people don't feel they have to do their job. Someone calling themselves Alpha Mom 86 typed hi. Hi, Alpha Mom 86. How do you feel about sexual predators? People who assault children, people who assault the elderly, and people who assault at-risk adults. Do you believe that at-risk adults should have a guardian ad litem like children in the system? Alpha Mom 86 type not good at all. Well, many of the people that I went to for help, over and over again, they wanted to interrupt me to talk about killing the person. Obviously, if you kill a predator, you can only get rid of one. Maybe 2 or 3 if you're lucky. Possibly up to 10 if you are very determined and highly intelligent. But you can literally turn in hundreds. Alpha Mom 86 type, that's messed up. I agree. What I needed help with was turning in my predators. And none of my predators were just my predators. Natalie Bollinger's predators included Tim Beeson and her own father, Ted Bollinger. If you send me a message to doggedroman@gmail.com, if you click on my channel, you can read it, Dogged Roman. Just add the @gmail.com at the end of it. You send me a message, I will literally forward you the message from Natalie Bollinger from 2016 that she had sent to me about her father and growing up in the situation she grew up in. Alpha Mom type, what were the other people saying? Well, they tried to pretend like I stalked Natalie Bollinger because I drove 1,700 miles to get away from her. I went back home to Boulder. Now, because she had claimed that I stalked her, her sister also started making claims. She started claiming that I threatened her and her family in Virginia, which is also not the case. Alpha Mom 86 type, okay, nah, they're just mean. Well, Natalie's dead now. She got her brains blown out. She asked people to blow her brains out, and so did I. Because Natalie Bollinger's friends and family were so mean, and still are. And there's no responsibility there. If somebody is actually stalking you, that's understandable. But destroying somebody's life because you're embarrassed, that's a horrible thing to do. Nearly every woman that I know has at some point tried to use the fact that they were female to get sympathy right in front of me or directly to me over situations that I knew, well, they were being very untruthful. I believe that no victim should be left behind. I also believe that the women who are actually victims of sexual assault and sex-based crimes, as well as boys like me, I had to grow up with that all growing up because I grew up in the system. And sexual assault is just another part of daily living in the system when you're a small white boy. It wasn't until 13 years of age that I was big enough and mean enough that people never tried that again. Alpha Mom 86 type, for real, that's messed up. Why is life like this? Well, we used to have a system whereby men were held responsible for women. Legally, it became a situation where we are held responsible for women. It used to be that women could stay home, raise the children. If they had a farm with their husband, they worked the farm with their husband. This is one thing that has been, well, it was unique in the United States in the 1950s that a man could go to work, just him, and he could pay for everything, save up money for his kids to go to college, and his wife could stay at home with the kids. Back then, it was frowned upon to have children out of wedlock. Today, it's commonplace. But what it comes down to is that men used to be held responsible for the actions of women. And then women were given the vote. And they were given a lot of a lot of freebies, basically, a lot of responsibilities that men had only because women didn't have the rights to vote. Well, we still didn't make women responsible for their actions the way that we held men responsible for theirs. And in addition to this, men were still held responsible for the actions of the women in their lives. And this is something that carries on to this day. Alpha Mom 86 retracted a message, so I didn't get to read it, and then typed question. I'm going to let you know I believe in being true to your word, and even if it's a mistake, I don't believe in hiding it. I do make mistakes. Rather than retract a message where it didn't come out right or my words weren't formed together right, I'll just admit I screwed up right away. I don't expect you to do that, but I do have a trust issue with people who have done that. A lot of people got a hold of me to troll me, told me a bunch of information, and then they start erasing their messages immediately, and that makes it very scary. Alpha Mom 86 I typed YWA. Yep, I've definitely done that. One thing you might notice is that I have speech impediment issues. The more scared I am, the more my speech impediment comes out. I do stutter. Alpha Mom 86 typed on accident. Yeah. And it happens too, doesn't it? It feels good to admit. Sometimes people get butthurt over me saying that. They get very angry and offended. But the thing is, I don't say it to be offensive. A lot of people, when I tell them that there's something that hurts me badly, a lot of times they promise me that they'll never do that, followed swiftly by doing exactly that. Alpha Mom typed it does. I'm assuming that part was over me saying it feels good. It does feel good for me to admit that I screwed up too. Telling the truth, Alpha Mom 86 typed. Yep, exactly. For me, there were a couple of occasions where I did absolutely have to lie. With all the people threatening to hurt me and my family, threatening to kill me and my family, actually assaulting me. And of course, my friends and family letting me know that they were being threatened, harassed, or assaulted. Well, it drives me nuts. It also made me very afraid. So I did, in fact, and indeed, finally, after almost 2 years of threats, harassment, and assaults by the Bollinger family, I did eventually threaten Ted after Natalie's death. He's the only Bollinger who I ever actually threatened. The only one. And I fessed up to it right away. You know how? By doing it publicly. Unlike the people who are getting a hold of me and threatening me in text message after text message, I went loud and proud. If I have to break the law to turn in child molesters, rapists, or murderers, well, God damn it, it's worth it. Alpha Mom 86 typed, oh, you can call me Alpha. Probably not. If I just call you Alpha, well, I know what the word means, first of all, and second of all, I know how it can be taken out of context. Alpha Mom typed, or AM 86. I don't mind calling you AM. Or morning. Although I think if I called you morning, it might be taken out of context, possibly in a similar fashion. And that's one thing I have to pay attention to as well, is that many of my predators will play word games, and I have to look out for that. There's a lot of people who come on my channel who don't mean any harm, and they don't understand that there is kind of a screening process because there are so many people who get on here being predatory. People want to get on here and accuse me of doing things I didn't do, over and over and over again because they know if they keep on making those accusations, maybe eventually someone will actually believe it. All right. Now I've got a bunch of stuff in here. I live in my car. This is what I've been forced into. When it comes to calling somebody mentally ill as an excuse to ignore them or to abuse them, which is much of what I've had to go through, the fact is, if they're mentally ill and they're being abused, the law requires you to do your job when they're being harmed and trying to turn it in. But as a male, I'm well aware that that's not how it's used. The term mentally ill is used to discredit the victim. How many of y'all have family members that every time there's an argument, they want to call you mentally ill? It's the alpha mom typed, oh, guess what? Oh, hi. Cole C. This is the second time you've typed hi. Hello, Cole C. Welcome back to the channel. There's a Cole account that keeps on getting on here and harassing me. I'm not sure if this is a clone of that account or not. Maybe it is, maybe it ain't. I know the guy calling himself Cole, who's making the other accounts, is actually, he's from here in Tillamook. On one of the videos that I have here, he was typing to me and telling me that he was here in Tillamook and that he was one of the youngins down there, that he didn't really like the way that people were treating me down there, and he was sorry that that was happening. And then he started typing that he knew where I was parked, and then he started typing at me about stuff that was in the parking lot around me right at that moment. And then he started trolling me. Heavy, but he definitely was within, well, it was actually in this parking lot, so, yeah. We've also got over a dozen crimes committed against me in this parking lot that are actually recorded. We've also got multiple instances where people who had been predatory towards me in the past wanted to keep on walking by my vehicle, or, of course, interactions with them after assault. After being assaulted, I'm always going to at least make mention of it. Alpha Mom 86 typed me. Someone typed hi. My brother got killed. Yes, ma'am. If you don't mind me asking, do you have any details about your brother that you might be willing to share about the situation? Maybe your story is different from mine and it doesn't help me out in the least bit. And maybe, alright, Cole C typed, I haven't been trolling you. Alright, so it might be a different Cole, and I'm hoping it is. There were two different Coles. Well, there was actually like 6 or 7 different Coles altogether who have come on my channel. There's also the one recurring account of the Cole that's just, this dude's messed up. Like, but there's also another Cole here, I think, who messaged me that he was friendly to me right after the situation with, God, who was it? The guy in the silver Toyota Tacoma with the lights above the wheels. Right after that situation, there was a guy who got a hold of me named Cole, and that was a different parking lot, and I think that was a different Cole. Alpha Mom 86 typed, bro, yes you oh, Cole C typed, I haven't been trolling you. Alpha Mom 86 typed, bro, yes you have. Alpha Mom 86 typed, oh sorry. Well, that's one of the reasons that I screen them is because, some people aren't coming here looking for trouble. Some of them just got rerouted from Face or from YouTube, and they're on some loser's channel in their mind that they don't know what's going on, but they know it's not entertaining. It's dark. You can't see my face. There's nothing visually appealing in the video. Basically, they're just bored, so they start filling in space with typing assholery. Some of them, they find one of these Natalie Bollinger sites, and they don't watch it all the way to the end, so they don't realize that I'm not some creepy bastard who's threatening, harassing, intimidating, and assaulting people, that I wasn't out to go kill Natalie or any creepy shit like that, and that her killer has been busted, and his name is Joseph Michael Lopez. A lot of people don't make it that far through their web sleuth crap. A lot of them don't make it that far through their supposedly true crime shit. They get halfway through it, get infuriated, and want to be mean, and most of them have a few drinks in them by that point, and they just end up being assholes. So I don't know which one of those type of accounts Cole is, and I'm not necessarily sure what kind of an account you are, but I do believe in giving people a chance before just blocking their bitch asses. If you know what I'm saying. And I'm sure you feel the same way when people are fucking being douchebags towards you and your family. Alpha mom typed, I will tell you about my brother and the story. All right. And I'll make sure I read it. I'll read it aloud as you type it. And I might actually put some commentary in there. I do apologize for that because it's a rude thing to do to a victim. All right, so I'm going to start reading Alpha Mom's story here. This is not my story, so even though I'm not going to say Alpha Mom every time, just keep in mind it's her story. It says, so we were at home and alone. We were 5 and 3. And we got robbed. And kidnapped. My brother tried to get out. And they shot him. Someone calling themselves Jen Haas typed, I'll be Alpha Pops. Haas is a German name. Haas. It's actually High German. Oddly. not to be confused with a lowborn German with a different name. My best friend growing up was Lucas Haas. Alpha Mom 86 typed, and I listed him. Lost it. Yeah, you're doing voice to text, I'm assuming, and it's being difficult. Or you have the same issue with autocorrect that I do. Is your name Jessica? There was a lady in one of the stories that I was reading who went by Jessica 86, and she had a brother who was kidnapped, and her brother tried to escape, and her brother got shot. And I remember they posted up a news article, and I had remembered seeing the news way back in like the late 80s or early 90s. Alpha Mom 86 typed, anyway, I gotta go. Nice meeting you. Yes, ma'am. We've all lost family members and we've all lost friends, but not all of us have lost them in such horrible ways. Alpha Mom 86 type bye bye. Bye bye, Alpha Mom. Be safe. Obviously, I haven't been assaulted by Andrew Wolnez tonight. He has not shown up or resurfaced to make any attempt to assault me, which is good. That's not to say that he won't, because he has several times. Today, he just keeps driving by my car as close as possible to be an annoyance. And he got on my channel to harass me earlier. He, just like my other predators, has not been very effective or very fruitful at shutting me up. The more he assaults me, the more I speak up. The more he threatens me, the more I speak up. The more he kicks my vehicle, the more I speak up. I don't see how these people don't understand. You can threaten me all you want. You can harm me all you want. You can assault me all you want. But my friends and family's lives are worth every goddamn beating I have to take. It's 11:35, so they're... I believe Caminando means soldier, but I'm not sure. I'm going to look that up. Spanish to English, Caminando.
Here is information from wordreference.com.
I think it actually means commando, but I'm not certain. Oh, walking. Like marching. Spanish to English. Caminando, simevaparando, translate to English. All right, so here's what it ended up saying. Coming on December, I don't know. Anyway, although I've had repeated issues with the guy, they're all his issues. Nobody made him into a dumbass. Nobody forced him to threaten, harass, or intimidate me. Nobody forced him to assault me. Nobody forced him to lie. I lied twice after Natalie was killed. I threatened one of my predators back right after my grandmother's death. And then, of course, I threatened the President of the United States about 8 months after Natalie's death. I had to find some way to get the cops to do their jobs, because all my friends and family would do is talk over me or ignore me and dismiss me outright. And that feels fucking horrible. It's not our predators that push us to suicide. It's the complacency of those who call us friend. Those who claim to love us. Well, your words are meaningless. Natalie said she loved me, and she showed that it was just because she wanted to manipulate. Kayla Trujillo claimed that she loved me, and she proved it was just because she wanted to manipulate. Same thing with Brenda Dickinson. No, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love these people. But they did, in fact and indeed, choose to be predatory because they didn't feel that they should be held responsible for their choices or their actions or any of the consequences for others. Of course, you don't want to be responsible for that, do you? When you look the other way to a child molester, a rapist, a murderer, you're guaranteeing that they'll get away with doing it again. The more you allow a predator to get away, the more brazen he becomes and the more victims he takes. However, him being brazen like that, or she being brazen like that, increases his or her chances of making mistakes. Now, you might have noticed when Alpha Mom 86 was typing her story, I got to talking about myself and my own situation and asking a bunch of questions. And of course, that's actually the wrong thing to do when somebody's trying to tell you about their abuse. But also, there was multiple people typing, and there was a little bit of confusion there as a result. Now, that Cole feller might be one of those trolls and one of those predators. Might be one of those fake accounts. And there are a lot of them. Now, how am I supposed to tell one from another? Am I just supposed to assume? I'm just to assume that you're telling me the truth. Is that what it is? Well, that's one of the reasons why I check. A lot of people say they're not trolls, and then a couple sentences in, they start being jackasses, and I block them. No problem here on this channel, but blocking people in real life is not so easy. How do I block a predator like Andrew Wolnez in real life? Let's see. Oh, there we go. The answer is simple. You can't. Oh. When it comes to abuse against an at-risk adult, either you get actively involved or that at-risk adult is going to be taking advantage of it every step of the way. When it comes to protecting myself and defending myself from predators, a lot of people keep telling me that I should get a gun and I should shoot the son of a bitch. And obviously, I'm just not down with that. I'd rather turn them in. I'd rather make sure that they know there are going to be consequences for their actions, not just now, but forever. If you choose to take advantage of another at-risk adult, you'll be picked up quickly, swiftly, and maybe, quite possibly, we might actually get due process of law. And people who choose to be predatory, beware. I'm the scariest person out here. Because while you are willing to harm people, to hide your wrongdoing, I'm willing to break the law to protect those people. And I'm also willing to speak up over and over and over again to shame your name for the things that you've chosen to do. I do believe in public ridicule. I just believe that it should be reserved for the guilty. I do believe in public ridicule. I believe that people should be informed of both sides. That if the public is to be told something, that they should be told the truth. And if you cannot tell the truth in a democracy to the American public, then it no longer gets to call itself a democracy. Because one of the tenets of a true democracy is the education of the people. A well-educated populace can make an educated decision. But there's a difference between an educated decision and a decision based off of propaganda. And we all know what propaganda is and how it works. And many of us have a firm grasp of how it harms us all. And it robs us of our rights in a supposedly democratic nation. How can an uninformed populace make the right decision? Now we have a lot of predators. This video here is 3 hours and 23 minutes long already, almost 3 hours and 24 minutes long. And it's not made to fill you guys in with all of the information. This video is just set up for my safety, and that's why I'm trying to spend time socializing to some degree with y'all. I don't have anyone here in real life to socialize with, not this time of night. There are 2 people that I see in this parking lot at night who come and talk to me at night. I'm glad for their company, even though it's not frequent and it's not often. Those people are always pleasant. Someone calling herself Nina Woods typed, "Yes, Daddy." Alright, we already got to deal with one of these accounts earlier. So what are we going to do? You already know. Hide user on this channel. If only we could do that in real life with real people. Wouldn't that be nice? If somebody shows up to your house with the intention of killing you and your family, you just hide user on this channel. Your dad comes into your room drunk, intent on raping you again, and you just hide user from this channel. Your mom's been getting into the box wine again and watching true crime bullshit. And she's got a lot of hatred because she wasn't able to man-trap the guy she claims is your dad. You already know she's been into that box of wine for over an hour and that she's going to come and beat on you any minute. And when she does, hide user on this channel. Your ex-girlfriend won't leave you alone. She wants to run around and tell everybody that you wear girly underpants, that you're into little boys, that you're a cross-dresser, that you're a homosexual, that you have a tiny penis, that you're a woman beater. And now you got guys coming to your door threatening to kill you and your friends and family. Hide user on this fucking channel. And the same thing with the ex. Hide user on this fucking channel. Wouldn't that be nice? There's a lot of people that it's pretty easy to tell that it's one of their profiles because they type the same basic shit over and over again. And they have a lot of time on their hands to do this. That's the thing you're not understanding. My predators have plenty of access to resources. Some of these people have literally hundreds of fake accounts that they've made over and over and over again. And unfortunately for them, that leaves a trail. They can actually route those apparently back to the IP address. And they can go arrest the son of a bitch today if they want to get off their ass and do it. When you want to pretend that I'm a bad person for screaming about this abuse, just remember Natalie Bollinger was my friend and she's dead. Anna Hunka was my friend and she's dead. Stephen McMillian was my friend and he's dead. A lot of my friends are dead. And I'm not going to forget them or pretend that they didn't exist. These are people that I love very much. Now there's people like Alicia Bollinger that I don't like. No, I don't like her. I do love her as a friend. Or someone who used to be a friend. But she's also someone whose stupidity got people killed. Her selfishness got people killed. She killed her own sister with her embarrassment. See, this one says, Alpha Mom 86 typed, "Hey, just wanted to say don't let people tell you stuff that is not true." Oh, people tell me stuff that's untrue all the time. The thing is, I have to use my brain to sort through the bullshit. to find out what's true and what's not. And I'm very good at it because I have to deal with a lot of people out here on the streets who are on drugs or schizophrenic. Some of them have very useful information, but you have to be able to sort the useful information from the complete and total delusions. Thank you for typing that, though. There's somebody down the street yelling. They better not be over at the Safeway fucking with the people over there. Nope. Cops got somebody pulled over. It's a ways down. I'll point the camera that direction, though. Oh. Let's see if we can zoom it in, maybe. Sometimes it'll let me in, sometimes it won't. My life ended October 18th of 2016. I haven't had a life since. I haven't been able to go to see my friends and family in Boulder without being threatened, harassed, intimidated, or assaulted since October of 2016. As an autistic person, my support network is what prevents me from being harmed to begin with. When I was in Boulder, sorry, whoever that is getting louder. It's probably far enough off that you guys can't hear it yet. Anyway, I need help stopping this abuse. I need help turning in wolnez. I need help turning in this abuse going all the way back to 2016 when my life did end. My life ended the moment Natalie Bollinger pretended like I stalked her. Because literally everything after that was all over that audacious claim. The evidence shows that we planned the trip together, that we did lots of stuff there at her request. You don't fight for somebody that you love them if they're stalking you. You don't invite them to go places if they're stalking you. You don't insist on giving them a birthday present if they're stalking you. And that's what I have to deal with every single day since Natalie made that claim. Not just people pretending that I was stalking her, but also pretending that I must have been one of those guys who can't take no for an answer. I must have only been after her vagina. I must have this and I must have that. And why did Natalie Bollinger make the claims that she did? Because she was embarrassed and she didn't want her family to take it out on her anymore because they'd already pushed her to suicide by that point. But not a single goddamn one of you is going to help me to turn it in. You're just going to give me advice. Advice about a situation you don't know shit about. That doesn't make you bad people. It just means you make bad decisions. Jumping to conclusions is always a bad decision. Forcing an at-risk and disabled adult to go into the police when they're being abused, shows that you're not only not a friend, you're nowhere near even being a good person. Now, those of you on the internet who just found my channel, you don't fall under that category. Do you know why? Because you were never my friends. I don't know you from Adam. You're not the ones who were threatening my life. Some of you were, but most of you aren't. You're not the ones who bullied Natalie Bollinger, or bullied me in most cases. A lot of times you're just people who are bored. It's late at night and you want something to do. Natalie Bollinger killed me. All she had to do was pretend that I stalked her, and nobody cared if it was true or not. Not one person would take a look at the evidence. To this day, I've had to spend money to go from one end of the country to the other because lots of internet junkies wanted to promise to help, but never follow through. If my friends before Natalie had been killed, if my friends had cared enough to actually help me the way that you would help a woman, Natalie never would have gotten her brains blown out. She'd have had to spend some time in jail. That's better than being dead now, isn't it? I guess that depends on the situation. Alicia Bollinger, matter of fact, the entire Bollinger family, they all have a list as long as my arm of fucking drug use, drug convictions. Yet they pretend like I am some sort of druggie. Alpha Mom 86 typed, true, my favorite food is, and then it's got a bunch of vegetables. And then she typed 10K. I don't know what the 10K is for. When it comes to abuse against at-risk adults, either you care or you don't. If you don't care, don't pretend to. Giving advice does not denote that you care. It denotes that you care to speak. And a lot of people don't get that. They don't understand that listening means listening with your ears, not with your mouth. Now, the people who are my friends in real life didn't want to listen with their ears. They wanted to listen with their mouth. With somebody who's a complete stranger, that's not their fault. Alpha Mom 86 typed 10K for healthy foods. Well, I don't have healthy foods, but I could sure use 10K. I eat whatever I can get my hands on for the most part. A lot of the people at Safeway here have been very kind to me and very nice to me. The people in the deli here have been taking my lunch on rotation. I'll go in there to buy something to eat with the intention of buying myself something to eat, and one of the staff members will pick up the tab instead. That is kind of them. Alpha Mom 86 typed question. Go ahead, Alpha Mom 86. Do you have a home? No, I don't. Before Natalie was killed, I was in assisted living in Nebraska. And nobody wanted to do the paperwork for mandated reporters. So Nicole Peralta, the lady who was supposed to help me with that, was telling me I needed to go to the Front Range of Colorado to get help. so I had to live with a drug dealer in Colorado while I was also paying rent at the low income in Nebraska. So I was actually paying rent in two places. I was seeing therapists in both places, and I was trying to do so on just a little under $700 per month to live on. It wasn't possible. But this is the advice that I was given. This is what I was told to do. These are the promises that were made to me. If you do this, then they'll help you. If you go to that place, they'll help you. If you move to this different location, they'll help you. But fill out our paperwork right now, the paperwork that allows us to bill the United States government for wasting your time. God bless America, right? Oh, damn, I finally popped it. Yes. That's fucking gross, but at least I got it. I got a boil on my butt. I got it from an injection in a hospital where I was trying to turn in bad cops in the situation with the Bollingers. What did I get for my troubles? Well, the cops asked the hospital to inject me with drugs, and the hospital did. Haldol and Ativan. And if any of y'all know anything about medications, you know exactly what those drugs do. They affect your memory, give you temporary amnesia, and also can mimic the traits of schizophrenia or delusions. Now, there's other drugs that are even worse, like ketamine. I was injecting with that too. This is what happens when you have to turn in bad cops. The cops in every single one of my cases, and every one of my cases has been over the death of Natalie Bollinger and the subsequent abuse, or the abuse beforehand. A lot of people, they don't want to understand that just because they found Natalie's killer doesn't mean that predators ever stopped. One thing you might not have noted, that you probably should, is that I was trying to turn in the situation with Natalie Bollinger all the way back in October of 2016. I wasn't trying to threaten Natalie's life. I wasn't trying to threaten her family's life. I was trying to get people to stop assaulting me, stop threatening to kill me and my friends and my family. Because while Natalie and her cronies wanted to pretend that I did horrible things, they actually did horrible things. And the worst they ever got out of me was me threatening to possibly do those things back under certain circumstances. The 2 times that I had to lie after Natalie's death, both times I had to pretend I was willing to kill people to try to get a court date. And then I was illegally prevented from going to my court dates. Let's see. Alpha Mom 86 typed, "Do you have a home? I am sorry, question mark. Oh." Someone calling themselves Sky G typed, "What are you talking about?" Alpha Mom 86 typed, "Who, me or him?" Sky G typed him. Alpha Mom typed, "I don't know, but he needs money." I do need money, but we all need money. But I need more than that as people to speak up, to look at evidence, and to help to turn in this abuse. Sky G typed where he at. Alpha Mom 86 typed I don't know. Looks like Sky G typed, can I see your page, Alpha Mom? Alpha Mom 86 typed what you mean by that? You mean in space? Are you in space? Someone calling themselves Myrna Hermosillo typed you in space. Sky G typed looking for your YouTube page. Alpha Mom 86 typed O. Sky G typed I think he tweaking on meth. Well, I'm not on meth. On the bright side, isn't that just peachy? When somebody is a male and in a fucked up situation, you just accuse them of being on meth. God bless America. What does it mean to be autistic in America? It means you must be on meth. What does it mean to have Tourette syndrome in America? It means you must be on meth. Fuck it. That's the country we live in. Sky G typed who is Natalie Bollinger. It's Natalie Bollinger, actually. She's a friend of mine who got her brains blown out in 2017 after making my life a living hell for over a year. She's pretty popular among the web sleuth groups and quote-unquote true crime bullshit. Alpha Mom 86 typed no seeing my page, not trying to be mean. Well, if they want to see your page, they probably will anyway. Natalie Bollinger was a heroin addict who hired Joseph Michael Lopez to blow her brains out outside Macintosh Dairy on December 28th, 2017. I'm recording on this channel right now for my safety. I've recorded since September 21st. I've recorded 7 assaults by Andrew Wolnez against myself, and at least 7 assaults against my personal property, including my vehicle. He's very violent. It is because of predators like Andrew Wolnez that I try to record 24/7 for my safety. Not out of some misplaced hatred, not out of some drug-induced psychosis, but because of frequent and ongoing abuse. Alpha Mom 86 typed, yeah, Sky G, Sky G. Alpha Mom 86 typed, bro. Sky. Sky G typed, I'm autistic, I have Asperger's. Yeah. Sky G is a troll. Alpha Mom 86 typed, talk. Asperger's is spelled Aspergers. Sky G is just getting on here to be a troll and an asshole. And that sucks, but it happens. We get a lot of trolls on this channel. Alpha Mom 86 typed, "Oh, I am sorry for you, oh lies." Yeah, I'm used to these folks. I'm used to them doing this stuff. Lie after lie after lie. But on the bright side, at least I fessed up to my mistakes. And at least I showed the truth about these situations. At least I showed the truth about the situations. Sky G typed, "You must live in the cut." Alright, so we got drug references and, of course, an asswipe wanting to make fun of people with disabilities. What are we doing to this shit brick? Well, we're going to hide user on this channel. Alpha Mom 86 type Sky G is a liar. Yeah. Sky G 86 is also 86th from my channel. Or Sky G is 86th from my channel, Alpha Mom 86. Thank you for not being an asswipe like Sky G. Alpha Mom 86, I get a lot of these profiles. Like I said, I screened you, same as I screened Sky G. They're pretty predictable. They get on, they type a couple of things to show that they're one of the asshole profiles, and then they promise that they're not, swear that they're not a troll, and then they go to, well, the kind of shit that Sky G was typing. I've had to deal with people like that since 2016. Make fake account after fake account after fake account to harass me, and they don't stop. And they just keep slandering my name and keep harassing me and keep bullying me. Of course, Sky G, I can hit that magic little button, hide user on this channel. But how do I do that with Andrew Wolnez? How do I do that with Scott DaCosta? How do I do that with predators in real life? How do I do that with the youngins who are recorded on my channel screaming the N-word at me and threatening bodily harm against me? How do I do that? Well, I gotta have a friend or family member I can go to when I am harmed. Someone who takes the situation seriously. Alpha Mom 86 typed, "If you say you are not a troll, you are." Someone calling themselves Lemony, your friends, you're in a relationship, someone. Hi. Well, hello. Welcome to my channel. Alpha Mom typed hi. We've actually had a lot of viewers on this channel, especially in this video. There's probably close to 30 or 40 views. That's pretty significant. That's quite a few. Alpha Mom 86 typed hi, welcome. One of the major issues we have today is rampant sexism. where one person can't be a victim because of their gender, or another person can't be a predator because of their gender. Alpha Mom 86 typed, "You seem nice." Well, a lot of people in real life think that too. But the predators don't think I'm very nice. Ted Bollinger, who wanted to get all strung out on drugs and alcohol and beat and rape his 2 daughters, Natalie Bollinger and Alicia Bollinger, he doesn't think I'm nice at all. Andrew Wolnez, who was recorded on my channel assaulting me at least 7 times. And of course, beating on my property, trying to break my property, and actually breaking my property. He's also recorded doing that at least 7 times. He doesn't think I'm very nice at all. Of course, he apparently thought it was nice and civil for him to come make false accusations and start swinging at me like a dipshit. He could have come and spoken to me like a human being, like a grown-ass adult. Same thing with Natalie Bollinger and Alicia Bollinger and their mother and Maddie Boa. A lot of people who chose to be predatory towards me did not have to. But we've taught many women in this country that they don't have to act like adults. Natalie followed in her family's footsteps. Drugs and alcohol. Alpha Mom 86 typed, "You want to see a song I made?" Sure. Fuck, where are my cigarettes? Oh, yeah. My tobacco fell off of my aluminum tobacco pipe, and I just took a big fat rip of plasticized aluminum. Goddamn, that. Holy shit. God damn it. If I'm gonna cough like that, I should be smoking that pot that dude gave me. Oh wait, I bought that pot at a dispensary, so I guess I can't say give to me. I got a $5 bag of weed on the, I want to say the 30th of last month. No, the 1st of this month. And I still have it. Alpha Mom 86 typed, "I'm lost in my dreams. I never left my home because of my heart. I have never seen this before, or anything like this never happened in my life. Never ever in my life." Oh my God. It even tastes like fucking plastic. I don't mean your song, I mean the fucking... Alpha Mom 86 typed, "I am still working on it." Yes, ma'am. You want to hear one I wrote? I'm going to warn you, it's not pleasant, and I don't use pretty words. Alpha Mom 86 typed yes. Okay. Now, mind you, this song is sort of about a woman who was very, very, very mean to me. But you'll be able to tell the song is actually about me. I fell in love once and it never goes away, although I know that she's a hoe. I love her anyway. I'm the kind of sucker the hussies go for because they can use me as a carpet while I hold the front door. I get to feel stupid for being naive. Told a bunch of lies I chose to believe. Now where do I go, my dear? I don't know what to do from here. I'm not just a good guy. I try to be the best. That's when you held my heart and ripped it out my chest. Told you it's vulgar. I think I left part of it out though. Let me try it again. I fell in love once and it never goes away though. Oh no. I fell in love once and it never goes away, although I know that she's a hoe. I love her anyway. I'm the kind of sucker the hussies go for because they can use me as a carpet while I hold the front door. I get to feel stupid for being naive. She told a bunch of lies I chose to believe. Now where do I go, my dear? I don't know what to do from here. I'm not just a good guy. I try to be the best. That's when you held my heart and ripped it out my chest. I think I got it all that time. But also, it's pretty late at night. I'm tired. I'm exhausted from all of this craziness. And even worse, I literally have no friend or family member to help me turn in the crimes. People want to keep on bouncing around to the advocate thing. Well, these advocate places need to know that I'm being harmed. They don't get just to do the stuff that's for billing acceptability. They have to actually do their jobs, and they're not going to without pressure from people like you. You make a difference when you make an effort. When your efforts are to say that you can't make a difference, that you're only one person, you're already defeated. I'm fine with my life ending, but I have a bunch of evidence of child abuse, child molestation, rape, abuse against at-risk adults. Alpha Mom type, nice song. You win the trophy. Well, thank you. There are 3 major movements that are going on right now that I'm 100% against. One of them is BLM because it's a racist movement. There are many victims out here who are taking this abuse every single day, who defend black people every single day, who protect black people every single day. Yes, I still stick up for black people. I just won't stick up for BLM. They're selling a racist narrative just like the KKK. So that's one movement that I'm against. Another movement that I'm against is the Me Too movement. I am 100% against the Me Too movement. You know what I say instead? You are your brother's keeper and your sister's keeper too. And no victim left behind. The reason for this is because I've gone to those who claim to be the Me Too movement. I've reached out to them and quite a few of the followers. And it turns out the Me Too movement isn't for all the victims of abuse. It's only for women. If you try to go there as a man, you will be shamed for being a man. You need to go to the back of the bus because you're a man. This is a woman's issue, not a man's issue. Well, I grew up in the system being raped. I've been beaten, being treated like I don't matter. When I say something is worse than rape, I know this from experience. Alpha Mom 86 typed of the best song, I stick up for black people. And it's got a gray heart. Yes, ma'am. You can fight for your rights as a human being and for your people without taking part in a racist hate group. I don't blame all black people for BLM, just as I don't blame all black people for Tim. Who's Tim? Now, normally I talk about Tim Beeson, one of Natalie's predators and ex-boyfriends. But Tim, the one I'm talking about now, I went to child study and treatment center with him. He was a lot bigger than me. He was half Native American and half black, and he made my life a living hell. He beat me up a lot, or he'd run scrimmage so that some of the other black kids could beat on me. By the time I left child study and treatment center, however, Tim and I were friends. It wasn't because I was a good fighter, because I've never been a good fighter. It's because I'm tough. Being tough isn't about your ability to beat somebody up. Being tough, that's your ability to take a beating and keep on ticking. Alpha Mom 86 typed, "No one can stop me from sticking up for black people." Absolutely, that's exactly how I feel. I say often on my channel, if you want me to shut up, you're going to have to shut me up. You have to put me in the ground to shut me up. Alpha Mom posted up a whole rainbow of hearts. I think that's cute. I don't actually know how to do that, but I could probably figure out if I screwed around enough. But mostly I try to focus on the basics, the stuff that's important to me isn't necessarily important to others. Although I stick up for the LGBT community, this is the third group that I'm against. As a member of the LGBT community, because I'm not interested in sex with anyone, I've been ostracized, criticized, and bullied by many people in the LGBT community. Meanwhile, real issues that are faced by people in the LGBT community are being ignored because we're trying to cater to people who are attention mongers. They don't actually care about the cause or anybody else in the situation. They want specific attention. Homosexuals that I know, homosexual males in specific, tell me that I can't be a part of the LGBT community, that they don't consider me a part of it, the LGBT community, that to them, I'm a hetero. Some of them call me a hetero case. No, Sean, you're a hetero case. Or what's the other one? You're a breeder. I get called a breeder often. No, Sean, you're a breeder. No, I'm not. I'm grossed out by sex and disgusted by it. Because in addition to growing up in the system being beaten and raped, I was also locked up with a lot of other people that were beaten and raped. The first person to ever sexually assault me that I was aware of was a kid named Dominic at Mount St. Vincent's home in Denver, Colorado. It used to be a Catholic group home. Now it's a behavioral health center and it's been closed down. Sort of. Anyway, Dominic was my roommate. He was a couple of years older than me and he was bigger than me. And he came in and I was sleeping and he pushed my face into the pillow and he did whatever the fuck he wanted to me. You know what was scarier than being raped? The fact that I couldn't fucking breathe. I couldn't breathe. He knew exactly what he was doing. Even worse than that, he had been a victim of sexual assault, which is why he was in there. His parents weren't allowed to have him because they couldn't keep their hands off of him. Alpha Mom 86 typed a little owl face, and then it says this message is held for review. I don't know why that's held for review. It's 4 hearts and then a little X, and then 2 hearts and a little X, 2 more hearts and a little X, and another heart. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but apparently Facebook has some sort of issue with it. Or sorry, YouTube here. Oh, wow. This thing apparently reverted somehow. It says I've only been on 2 hours, 2 minutes, and 49 seconds. Alpha Mom 86 I typed hearts. Yes, ma'am. See how much battery I have. 32% now. That's a good start. I tried to show the hearts. It won't let me. Anyway, the way I was treated by the BLM movement, people wanted to bully me and all the things that black folks wanted to complain the white folks say to them, that racist people say to them and do to them. They wanted to say and do to me. That feels real shitty. The LGBT community did the same. So did the Me Too movement. Heterosexuals call me a homosexual as an excuse to harm me or ignore me. My homosexual friends use the fact that I'm a hetero, apparently, as an excuse to abuse me or ignore me. All 3 of those groups don't see me as a human being. They see me as somebody who needs to go to the back of the bus, sit down, and shut up. And I will not. Alpha Mom type LMAO. My phone's at 37%. Mine's at 33%. But it's charging, so that's a plus. When you start hearing the beeping, that means that my car is about to die. But there's still enough for me to start the engine as long as I turn off my charger real quick and turn the ignition back or turn it on. This message is held for review. I have no idea what the hell that means. Some sort of a wacky face, I suppose. Anyway, I certainly hope that Andrew Wolnez doesn't come fuck with me again tonight. Hopefully I can make it through the night without getting assaulted or abused again. Alpha Mom 86 type, this is my password for my Xbox. There's a movie called Spaceballs. And Mel Brooks wanted to know what the code is for something, and the code is 123456. And every once in a while, there'll be a coded bathroom where the people are just sick of giving out the code. And they say, well, the code is 12345. You go to the bathroom, you press 12345, it opens right up. Whenever that happens, I always say Mel Brooks' line from that, which is, I have the same password for my luggage. Oh. Anyway, I know as tired as I am, I'm probably not speaking as coherently as I was earlier. And I apologize for that. If I fall asleep halfway through it, I apologize for that as well. I'm exhausted. Part of the ship, part of the crew, right? Anyway, I'm going to end this video and I'm going to try to get some sleep. Chances are pretty good that that's not going to happen. And I'll likely be back on here in another hour or less. But just in case. It's good to be rid of you. Thank you for coming to visit. Stay out of trouble or don't get caught. Remember, you are your brother's keeper and your sister's keeper too, and no victim left behind. My name is Sean David Schwartz. If you don't have an aversion to sending gifts and you don't want to send anything to a homeless person, it might be cash. Well, you can send me a Shell gift card so I can get gasoline. My name is Sean David Schwartz, P.O. Box 701, Tillamook, Oregon. Alpha Mom 86 typed, I am hungry. I am making myself not eat for 2 days, one more day left. And then Alpha Mom typed, look. I'm looking. Also, my user tag on here, you might have noticed, is Dogged Roman. If you type that, doggedroman@gmail.com, I will get on there and I will forward a message from Natalie Bollinger from 2016 that talks about what a horrible family she had. Natalie's dead now. That's the email that I exposed Natalie's dad with all the way back in December of 2017, before she was killed. May Ted roast in Hades. Alpha Mom 86 typed a bunch of dots. I actually don't know what those dots mean. Alpha Mom 86 typed, anyway, have a good night, get some sleep. Yes, ma'am, and thank you for getting on here and keeping me company. It's been a real rough night. It's been a real rough 7 years. And most people that I interact with are goddamn trolls. They annoy the living holy hell out of me. It's nice to talk to somebody or converse with somebody who's not being a douchebag about it. So thank you very much. Alpha Mom 86 typed, oh, hold down. I. Is it hold down or hold on that you meant to say? You're welcome. Well, thank you. Well, you know where my channel is. If you want to type on there and all that, I'll see them, I'll read them, and I'll get back to you. Be safe. Alpha Mom 86 type no hold down L. All right. Good to be rid of you. Thank you for coming to visit. Stay out of trouble or don't get caught. Remember, you are your brother's keeper and your sister's keeper too. And no victim left behind.